There we go. How's that sound? Is that any better? I don't know. I'll have to ask the people who are watching. Oh, there's Porygon too. I want it. Pokey catch. Hee hee hee. Ha ha ha. Hello. You guys hear me okay? Maybe yes, maybe no. Okay, I'm just gonna play the game, guys. Well, no, I'll wait a minute. I'll wait a minute. Just since trying to fiddle with things in the closet. How you know he's gay? He's in the closet. I'm kidding. You heard him in the background yelling, I'm gay. It's because he's coming out of the closet now. What? I caught the Porygon too. Good job, me. What? I got the Porygon too. I know that's not what you were asking, but I got that. Oh, well, thank you. Yes, yes, that is indeed. I don't know where you guys are. I'm waiting, I'm waiting. I think they're wondering if my audio is still messed up, which it might be. Who knows? Maybe I'm louder, maybe I'm not. I could just be quiet. It's entirely possible I could just be quiet today. Alright, I'm gonna play this. This game is designed to teach you the very basics of Japanese hiragana. You'll learn how to read and write all of the hiragana characters during your course of your adventure. When your adventure is complete, you'll be ready to move on to more advanced Japanese studies. For now, let's begin. Yay! Congratulations! How you doing, Millie? Should I be calling you Luna Moray now? Or should I be calling you Millie? Does it matter? Do you care? I wanna... I can't stick out my tongue with this model. Brr, it's cold. But it's a beautiful evening. Tell me, Millie, I really don't mind at all. Okay, good, good, good. Claire, what are you doing out here? Get out of the snow. Eric, I'm heading to the tavern. Gotta get the chill out of my bones. I'll join you, come on. I feel like this is a different start than what I played before. Maybe it's not. Ah, it's lovely and warm in here. Much better than being buried in snow, right? Ha, you know how I am. I can't resist admiring the night sky. Oh wait, it is the right start. I got confused. This is what happens whenever I do a little preview. I get confused. It is cute, and it's going to teach me Japanese. You haven't changed... Well, it's going to teach me hiragana. And actually, there's 3 of them. This is just the first one. This is, what is it? Oh my god, I forgot the name of it. This is called Learn Japanese to Survive Hiragana Battle. The next one is Learn Japanese to Survive Katakana War. And then there's Learn Japanese to Survive Kanji Combat. Just saying. You haven't changed much these past few years, Claire. Neither of you, Eric. It's good to know I can always count on you to come looking for me. You bet. Let's have a drink. Cheers. Cheers. And now they're doing a singing dance thing. Is there supposed to be audio to this? Hold on. Oh, fuck. I'm trying to see if there's audio. Can I just, like, I'm going to close this game. I'm going to close it. I'm going to reload it because I did just deal with all the other stuff. I'll load it back up. It's not like we're far in. We've missed nothing. I'm just trying to test the audio. I know that you guys aren't going to hear audio. The background music. It sounds not great, but you guys aren't missing anything. Oh my god, you guys can hear it. Never mind. It's fixed itself. It wasn't playing earlier. Let's turn that way down. But yeah, now you guys can hear it, so I can pause Spotify. Oh yeah. Is it louder than me now still? Okay, I'll turn it down more. Look, there we go. Yeah, better? It wasn't working before when I had it loaded up. I'm glad it's working now. Not still. Is it better? It's better now? No, not still? I don't know what no, not still means. I don't remember what I asked. Who's louder, me or the game? According to this thing, I'm supposed to be louder, but... Yeah, we're gonna pretend. Alright, whatever. Okay. New game. Sorry, I have an infinite lag because Telestra's awful. You're louder. Fantastic. Welcome! This game is designed to teach you the very basics of Japanese hiragana. You'll learn how to read and write all of hiragana characters during the course of your adventures. Hear the game audio anymore. Fuck!
What category are you sitting in?
What category am I sitting? What do you mean? The game category?
Okay.
Learn Japanese to survive hiragana battle?
I'm curious because sometimes, like,
some games don't have. Yeah, no, it's got a category. It's cool. Yeah. Can you hear it now? Can you hear the game now? Do you know? I didn't want to turn it up too loud. Ah, my shoulders. I popped my shoulders. Oh my god. Okay. When your adventure is complete, you'll be ready to move on to more advanced Japanese studies. For now, let's begin. Okay, we've already gone through this part. So sweet. Brr, it's cold. But it's a beautiful evening. Claire, what are you doing out here? Get out of the snow. I'm gonna be very dramatic with it. Eric, I'm heading to the tavern. Gotta get the chill out of my bones. Their faces don't move, by the way. Or at least that I've noticed so far. I'm fine with it, because that's not the point. It's a cute little learning game. I'll join you. Come on. Am I shipping them? Maybe. Ah, it's lovely and warm in here. Much better than being buried in snow, right? Haha, you know how I am. I can't resist admiring the night sky. You haven't changed much these past few years, Claire. Neither of you, Eric. It's good to know I can always count on you to come looking for me. You bet. Let's have a drink. Cheers. Cheers. I learned so much. Now here's... Hello. Hold on, I don't know what voice I should give him. It's Leon. I'm gonna pretend that's a disappointed face. Oh, it's Leon. Ugh. Gross. Disgust. I'm just kidding. We're friends. I think. Hi, mind if I join you for a drink? Leon. I'm on a date here. Excuse me. Could you, like, fuck off? Weren't you kicked out of the village? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was just a small misunderstanding. The elder thought I stole his prized pumpkins, but I didn't. I didn't steal them. It's all behind us now. We had a good old laugh about it before. But you baked pumpkin pie and gave it to everyone in the village. Exactly, that's baking, not stealing. Ah, it's good to be back. I like this guy. Oh boy. Such a beautiful day. Clear skies, pure white snow all around. Simply wonderful. Since I have some errands, I'd better not tarry. Where should I go first? Excuse me, miss. May I have a moment? A stranger? Never seen him before. Hello, sir. How can I help you? Tell me something. Do you understand me when I say... Actually do. This is konnichiwa. This is konnichiwa. Do you understand me when I say konnichiwa? No, I'm sorry. I didn't catch that. It's too bad. Ha ha ha. What's with this guy? What's this strange language he's speaking? Farewell. Let me see, hold on. I will figure this out. Figure this out. Look, this is why I need this game, okay? Look, I'm trying. Hold on. I got a little cheat sheet on my notebook. Give me a second to figure it out. We've got, I do believe that first one is the ch. Is that ch? No, that's backwards, actually. That's sa. Is this sayonara? That might be sayonara. Ah, it's sayonara, huh? I was correct. See, I figured it out. Even though Tristan tried to tell me, even though I was trying to figure it out and learn my sure.
Figured it out before I said it.
I can sense he's up to evil. I need to follow him. Ha ha ha, it's too easy to conquer tiny nations like this. There's no resistance. Nobody knows how to speak Japanese.
Yes, that's what's stopping you from conquering a nation. Speaking a language no one else does.
Yeah, the only way I figured it out is because I know the hiragana for Sakura. Yeah, yep. We're figuring it out together. The thing is like I do know some hiragana, right? I know plenty of hiragana. My thing is I have to look at it for a long time to remember it. So the thing I want to work on is my speed. As far as katakana goes, I don't know fucking any katakana. And I know like the tiniest amount of kanji. Like tiniest. Like mouth and tree. Anyways. Stop! Haha, why? You can't do this. I don't see anybody trying to stop me. You couldn't stop me even if you tried. I'll wipe that smug look off your face. Question mark appears. No, not question mark. I know. I love how, like, detailed he looks compared to me. I'm just like this tiny little derpy thing, and this guy's just like, I'm going to destroy you. You're awfully brave, girl. However, you can't lay a finger on me if you can't even understand Japanese. You can't hope to dispel my magic. Japanese? Is he talking about the weird words he spoke before? So stupid. I love it. Like, I love how stupid it is. Like, if I sit there and call it stupid, I mean it endearingly. I promise. Ooh, I had to sit up because my back is hurting. I am. Yeah, obviously, babe. Dumbass. Let's see what you can do against my Hiragana warriors. Question mark, summon allies. Oh my god. It's these strange characters that I'm unsure of. Sure, it's not the letter A and I. They're very aggressive. Haha, they're strong. What the heck are these things? Ah, there's no way. I can't begin to process letters from another language. I will. Nope, I will. Oh, hold on. I'll go back. I will attack them with a punch. I'm gonna punch them. You know, I'm gonna punch that guy. Fuck him. I didn't even attack the letters, I just punched him. Oh man, I got hit again. It's useless. Do you surrender? You can't hear the game audio anymore? Really? It hasn't changed. It's still coming through. It hasn't changed. I mean, I could turn it up. It's just different now. Too strong, can't fight. See how your attacks have no effect on my Hiragana warriors? The only way you could ever defeat me is if you understood my language. I wonder if... Hold on. It's time to finish this. Goodbye. Sayonara. I wonder if it's like a menu thing. You think you hear something but it's very quiet? I don't know. Like, it hasn't changed from my end. At all. Tristan, can you hear me? Well, I meant like, obviously you can hear me in the room. Can you hear the game? Can you hear the game audio? Oh, there's LMEs in the chat. I'm gonna catch that while Tristan checks on the audio. Oh, there's an ad break anyways. Pokey catch, that's the word I was looking for. Nope, pokey calf. I'm gonna give it a catheter. I'm sure the Illumini will love that. Can you hear it? It just sounds like like that. I'm very good singing.
I can hear it, yeah.
Yeah, he said he can hear it. I think you might just need to turn your volume up a bit, Millie. There's nobody else in my way. This village is as good as conquered. It's time to move on to the next helpless village. Ha 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 ha. Should I wait for the ad break to be over? I'll wait for the ad break to be over. Nah, it's fine. I'll continue. I can't believe he's so strong. He said to defeat him, I need to learn Japanese. Several weeks have passed since the dreadful events in the village. Claire, our heroine, has spent countless hours helping rebuild the village. The mysterious Japanese mage left many of his Hiragana warriors roaming around the lands of the village. Claire has come up with a plan to defeat them. Okay, everybody. Today's the day we begin to fight back against the Hiragana warriors. I have spent a long time researching this Japanese language that we need to learn in order to dispel the mage's magic power. Once we start learning the language, we can begin to defeat the Hiragana warriors that have invaded the land. I sent a letter to the capital asking for help with our challenge. The Great Library, what? Tristan's talking. Hi, Viet Cong, I'm learning Japanese, kind of. I sent a letter to the capital asking for help with our challenge. The Great Library is sending one of their best scholars to aid us. It looks like she's just arrived. I saw from behind this building, way up there. Hello. Hello, you must be Misaki. I'm Claire. It's great to meet you. How much do I know? Hold on. I'll tell you. Nihongo muzukashi. That's all you need to know. Nihongo muzukashi. Anyways, you must be Misaki. I'm Claire. It's great to meet you. Nice to meet you, Claire. I've been informed about your situation. Thank you for coming to help us. You're very welcome. As you probably heard, I am Japanese, just like the strange maid that caused the damage here. Please don't think we're similar. In truth, he is an evil magician named Noburo. My people have been trying to defeat him for generations. As you have gathered, the only way to destroy Hiragana warriors... Not gonna lie, I only learned languages to swear. Oh, let me see if I have any swearing. I do, actually. Hold on. Viet Cong no Kusuga. Viet Cong no Kusuga. There you go. That's for you. Not that I feel that way, actually. I adore you. You know that. But I did have to learn some swears if I was... I had to. As you've gathered, the only way to destroy the Hiragana warriors he summons is by using knowledge of the Japanese language. Starting today, I will be your Japanese teacher. Thank you. Please teach us everything you know. Gladly. First, let's head inside let's head inside somewhere warm. It's very cold. Let's get started. Thank you all for volunteering to learn with Claire. No worries. I don't want to see this town in trouble ever again. I'll learn Japanese and take down every single one of those Hiragana warriors. Thanks, Eric. I knew I can count on you. You can count on me too, you know. I want to learn Japanese and travel to Japan in the future. Good idea, Leon. Japan is an amazing place full of beautiful scenery and wonderful people. And lovely ladies, I bet. Geez, Leon, keep focused. Sorry. Okay, attention please. Firstly, I'm going to give you a rundown on what we'll be learning. Please pay attention. I have to actually write this down. It will tell me I have to write it down. You'll want to make sure you have a notebook and a pen handy. Taking notes is the first step to success. I agree. And actually, something I have learned recently on my most recent adventures of trying to learn Japanese is weirdly, I'm registering it more if I write it down by hand and not write it down on the tablet, which is unfortunate because writing it down on the tablet is easier to show you guys what I'm doing, but I'm not retaining it at all, which kind of sucks. But it's fine. I've got a pen and paper right here, and you're just gonna have to trust that I'm actually writing it out. That means you, player, go get a pen and a notebook. I'll be waiting. You don't have to wait very long. I've got it right here in my hand. I know it looks like I'm holding a controller to you guys, but I swear it's a pen and a paper. Now, an introduction to the language. The Japanese language is a unique writing system made up of 3 types of characters. These sets of characters are known as hiragana, katakana, and kanji. There are 2 other games for katakana and kanji. We'll get to that later. Hiragana is the basic set of characters, and by using hiragana, you can form almost any sentence in Japanese. We will be focusing our efforts on hiragana. Actually, one of the things I've learned too, okay, some of the words and stuff like that, words and sentences and stuff that you make up are actually made up out of a lot of kanji, but as you're learning and stuff like that, you'll make notes above the kanji to sound out what it's meant to sound like for that word, and it's called a furigana. Was it furigana? It's called a furigana. And I actually have an extension for that so that whenever I'm reading other people's kanji on like Twitch or something, I can hit a hotkey and it will tell me how that particular kanji is supposed to sound in that context, which I think is really cool. It's complicated. For example, I will say oishi. Oishi is the Japanese word for delicious. Oishi is not written O-I-S-H-I-I. It is written kanji character for beautiful, kanji character for taste, and then S-H-I-I-I, right? Or S-H-I-I. Okay. And weirdly, the kanji character for beautiful sounds like Mia or me, and then the kanji character for taste sounds like Aji. So you would think it would be Miyaji, but it doesn't sound like that because that's just nothing. That is just nothing. And all we can like the only thing I can compare it to is like just knowing that dough and brought and tough all sound different, even though they look the same. I don't know. You just know, I guess. When you learn, you begin to recognize things. Never mind. I'll show you more examples later. Okay. The other 2 character sets are a bit different. Katakana is mostly used exclusively to represent words from foreign languages. Kanji is a complex character set borrowed from Chinese picture symbols. Kanji is quite advanced, but learning it is very rewarding. Back to hiragana, there are 46 basic hiragana characters, and each one is used to represent a unique sound or syllable. You can also make an additional 25 characters by adding small strokes to the specific characters, and we will learn this as we go. Learning a new language can be daunting. If you begin to feel overwhelmed, take a break and come back with a refreshed mind. With persistence and bravery, you can learn all the hiragana. I hope I'm brave enough. Remember to take lots of notes as we go. Revise your notes every day, and you'll soon commit all the hiragana to memory. Get your notebook and pen ready. We'll learn the first 5 hiragana. All right, I'm ready. We'll go through each character individually and teach you how to write and pronounce it. I have a graph paper, by the way, so mine will be broken up into squares. Teach you how to write it and pronounce it. At the end of this chapter, we'll have a quiz, so do your best. And after the quiz, we'll travel outside the village to fight some hiragana warriors. The first 5 characters are known as short vowels. These short vowels are a, I, u, e, o. As you can see that I've written them above, let's go through them one by one. A. This is the equivalent of the vowel A in English, so you pronounce this as a. A. I will write this. Oh crap, I wasn't paying attention. Write it small and large to get it perfect. Alright, I've got it once. Here's some tips for you. The horizontal line is slightly curved. Okay. You should draw the character in 3 separate strokes. Hear it again. See writing animation again. Up, down, and around. Okay. Down. I'm trying to put this flat because I have my notebook sideways. That looks terrible. I'm very bad at writing this. It looks terrible. Like, I'm not. It doesn't look good. I'm gonna see the writing animation again. Line across, line down, and around. Oh Lord, hi Kuma. I'm writing Japanese. Okay, curve up, that's terrible. Line down. And let's see, if we go here and then around. I guess that's better. Maybe I want to kind of angle it maybe. This would be a lot more fun after the debut. And I can show you guys what I'm doing. But I can't do that right now because I have merch on my desk. And you guys will get spoilers. We're not trying to spoil it for you. It's gonna be a good time. I'm just writing the letter A over and over again. So if you guys are like, what is she doing? I'm attempting to write the letter A over and over again. Oh, I need to follow through. You know what? I'm just gonna have to practice every day, you know. Okay, we're just gonna say good and done. I wrote it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 times. Badly, but I did it. Continue lesson. Ready for the next character. E. E. Short L. Go down, and this one's a flick up. So if we go down, that one's pretty easy. I like this one. This one's smooth. Thing is one of the things I also do is when I practice writing Japanese in my notebook and kanji and stuff like that, because kanji is really fucking hard. I take a picture of it and then I'll put it into Google Translate to see if it can recognize what I've written. Time, down, up, and down. Down, and down. I was watching, oops, sorry. I dropped my pen. I was watching a calligrapher on YouTube the other day, and he was writing, and there are lots of these flicks he was writing. They were really... First line is slightly longer, both lines are slightly curved. Okay. He was writing, and his flicks were very, very natural looking, and I don't know, it was just really... I sat there and watched him write a bunch of shit, and it looked really nice. Ooh. How do I write this? I'm not very good at writing this. So, write ooh. Time. Let's see if we can do this one better. There's a Litwick in the chat too, guys. The whole character is vertically long. See the writing animation again. It's not natural to me. So that's why it's taking it looks really lumpy when I draw it. It looks so bad. Okay, there needs to be a tilt. Tilt the top stroke properly, yes. And I don't think I keep trying to curve it upwards at the end. I don't think I need to do that. Fuck. Down. Just take it down. Just down. I'm gonna have to take a picture of this so you guys see like what the fuck I'm dealing with and like all of my writing later so you guys can understand like what I've been doing because I swear this looks terrible. But I am doing it. I am doing it. It's just not great. Also, I'm now not tilting the letters properly. Okay, whatever. All right. I'm just gonna write them in a row, and if once I reach the end of that row, I'm just gonna move on. Get ready for the next character. Eh. This one should be easier. Weirdly. This one is tilted downwards and time. Tilt down and then that. Okay. Nope, that looks bad. Two. My thing is I'm used to like speed writing, I guess. Another thing I need to make sure of is making sure that it takes up the appropriate amount of space in the boxes. Because sometimes there are letters that are intentionally smaller, like characters that are intentionally smaller because they mean something different. Like there's a letter that kind of looks like the character for Tsu, 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 but it when smaller, it just means that it duplicates the next consonant. So it would be like for like is it mate? Mate, it'd be instead of MATE, it would be like the symbol for MA and then the Tsu character and then the symbol for TE, and it would be spelled MATTE. Oh, this one's gonna be annoying, but maybe not. I keep mixing up this one and A, which you wouldn't think so, but it's the curve. So we're gonna go this and then down, up and around. I don't think it's that rigid though. It's not that rigid. More rigid than that. The vertical line is to the left of the character, not in the center. Okay, let's try that then. Actually, that actually works way better. This one might be my favorite letter now. I can just remember to make it to the left. You guys are going to see why this is my favorite letter later, once I take a picture and post it, because I'm just killing the letter O right now. Looks so good. I'm a professional. It looks good compared to the other letters. Okay. That brings us to the end of our lesson. Okay, let's see how many times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I wrote them 10 times each. Yeah, I'd like to save my progress, please. I'm gonna just go ahead and overwrite that. How did you do? How did you go with the lesson? Good, I think. It seems like a lot to take in. Yes, I've given you quite a bit of information to remember. The best thing to do is practice writing and saying the characters out loud. Be sure to get the pronunciation perfect, as it will play a big part in forming Japanese words. A, I, E, O, U. Actually, it's not like that. Technically, it's A, I, U, E, O. I don't know what I've done. Misaki, I have a couple of questions. Yeah, me too. I'm happy to answer your questions before we do a quiz. What do you want to know? Well, so far we've learned 5 characters, but it doesn't seem like I can make any Japanese words using these letters yet. What gives? Well, the letters we've learned are all vowels. In order to make Japanese words, you need to learn some consonants as well. You'll learn some next lesson. Misaki, I'm having trouble writing the characters out. They're way different from English letters. What should I do? Practice makes perfect, Leon. The order of the strokes is probably the most important part of writing, and that's where I struggle with too, and I think that's where I thought that this game might come in handy, because, like, I have written out these letters a lot and worked up the stroke order, which puts everything out of alignment and makes everything look funky. So, yes, stroke order, very important. Later on, you'll be able to review this lesson, so watch the animations once more and memorize the order of the strokes. Any more questions, guys? I'm going to turn... I don't know if I need to turn that down. All good, Claire. Thanks, Misaki. Great, let's move on to our first quiz. Eep. I need to quiz you on what you've learned before I send you to fight the Hiragana warriors. I have to make sure you're ready. Okay, here we go. Question 1. What is this character? Ah. Correct, well done. What is this character? Eh. Correct, well done. What is this character? Ooh. Correct, well done. What is this character for the vowel O? We know this one. We did that one. Really, we did a good job on that one. Okay, correct, well done. Question 5. What is the character for the English vowel I? E. Correct, well done. Congratulations, you completed the first quiz. Yeah, woohoo! Good job, everybody. Heh, easy. I'm proud of you all. I think you're ready to challenge the Hiragana warriors in battle. Already ready to take on the Hiragana warriors. Only know some vowels, but we're ready to go. The Hiragana warriors surrounding the village are fairly weak. Using the knowledge you now have, I'm confident you can defeat them. We'll go after the bigger and stronger Hiragana warriors after future lessons, one step at a time. Let's do this. Everybody follow me to the village outskirts. We're gonna kick some ass. We're gonna kick some ass. Let me put my notepad away. We need to focus on kicking ass. Don't judge me. I already did change the config in the menu. That was one of the things I did. Alright. Move your characters. Blah 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 blah. Okay. I can sense Hiragana warriors nearby. Everybody be on your guard. O appears. There they are. Let's get them. Yeah! No, Eric, Leon, be careful. They're not very smart. They're not very smart at all. Huh? We can't hurt them? Stay back. You can't just attack them head on. Uh-oh. Eric and Leon were kidnapped by the foe. 2 of the Hiragana warriors fled, carrying Eric and Leon with them. Oh no, what do we do, Misaki? Stay calm. Listen carefully to my instructions and we'll be able to take down this one. In order to defeat Hiragana warriors, we have to use our Japanese knowledge to hit them with their matching letter or character. For example, we're fighting against the character right now. That means you need to hit it with the English equivalent character. That's the letter A, right? That's it. When it's our turn to attack, select English from the command menu, and then find the right letter to use and select it to attack. If you get the right answer, you'll damage the enemy. If you get the wrong answer, the enemy won't take any damage. We'll have to keep hitting the enemy with the correct answer in order to defeat it. Got it. Let's do it. Your characters have HP, blah blah blah, game things. Yeah, game things knocked out, MP, magic points. When you support skills, they'll decrease your MP. Store MP with items or resting at the end. Use the arrow keys to select the commands during battle and press enter to hit confirm. Cancel a command to go back to the menu, blah blah blah. By selecting the answer command, you can attack enemies. Select support command to use support skills such as healing and curing status effects. I'm actually kind of curious to see how in-depth this gets, because I've only done like this little section, and I know that the next section is learning some more Hiragana, but I'm very curious to see where it goes. Fight. Answer. Answer. Yeah, there we go. They're both gonna yell at it. Just like being like, I recognize you. It's like freaking Rumpelstiltskin. You fight him by using his name. Good job. We won against the letter A. Yay, we did it! Good job. But Eric and Leon, they got captured by those Hiragana warriors. Let's go after them. They can't have got very far. Okay, let's explore the forest and find them both. There's no time to waste. Better take these before we go. Huh? What are these funny shaped bottles? These are a popular drink in Japan. Drink one of these ramen. Is it pronounced ramen? Ramune? No, it's not. Ramen? I want to say ramen because that's what I would say, but now I don't know. I've never actually thought about how to pronounce that. To restore your health points, don't be afraid to use it in a pinch. Babe?
Yeah?
Is this drink pronounced ramune? Is this drink pronounced ramune?
Yeah.
Have you had that drink? It's the one with the glass. It's the one in these glass bottles. It's these fuckers. I've had the strawberry flavor one. That's really good. If one of us falls in battle, use one of these revives. They'll bring us back to the fight and restore some HP. Obtain 5 ramune. Obtain 5 or 3 times revives. So that's what I'm saying. Like, part of it has to be Japanese, part of it's in English. My brain's like, revives. Cool, thanks. You can use these and the other items we find during our battle, or you can use item in the field by hitting escape. Game stuff. It appears. E appears. Do you want me to be quiet, babe? So good at this. Answer. Let's see. Let's hit this one, and then we'll fight that one over there, and then you'll fight that one. Even though, just crossing over each other, you know. Good work, teamwork, you know. Oh, don't know why Misaki got hit twice there. Rude. Support. No. Guard? I'm just curious. No, I don't want a guard. Okay. Never mind. Sure why. Okay, well. Okie dokie. Tell me why. heartache. There we go. Nice. Might actually be able to. Hold on. Okay, so can we level up then? Skills. Support. No, I guess our skills would be learning more letters, huh? No quest. Status. We're level 2 now. Does this mean anything? Look, we have a pot lid as a shield. Save. Let's save this, yeah. We saw Dude Man down here. Okay, okay, look, there he is. Let's rescue him. Oops. Huh? Where am I? You got captured by those Hiragana warriors. Lucky we managed to find you. Blast, that's awkward. Are you okay? Are you injured? I'm a little bruised. Hurt my arm a bit. Oops. Whoops. He sounds like a girl. We'll take it slow. You hang back for now. Claire and I will take care of any foes we encounter. Alright, hey, thanks for rescuing me. No sweat, let's go. Should we move the partition bit? Too daisy. E. Nobody got the Slack off. That's okay. Next time that it shows up in the chat, I'll try to mention it. Good job. I think we're gonna have to start healing soon, perhaps. Answer. E.
Please let me know when
E.
you use.
Okay. I don't hear myself. Oh, you're talking about in the chat? Like if I'm talking right now? I don't hear myself. No.
Okay, so technically it's enabling my mic whenever like you're speaking, but it's not picking you up.
I can hear you now, though.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I think it'll get very loud.
Oh, whoops.
To be able to hear yourself.
E.
But
There we go. Probably. Alright, take him out. Take him out. I'm gonna become the best Hiragana murderer ever.
kill all that Hiragana.
What happened? Got your butt kicked. That's what happened. Hey, you want to do the boy voices for me? If you want, if you don't want to stream, I don't know if you want to stream or not.
I'm on the stream once I figure out what's going on with my stuff.
Okay. Never mind then. I'll do the boy voices and the girl voices.
Oh my god.
You got your butt kicked. That's what happened. How embarrassing. Do you feel okay? Are you hurt? I'm a little hurt. My leg is killing me. God, what a bitch. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. We'll take it slow. You hang back for now. Claire and I will take care of any foes we encounter. Okay, thanks for coming to find me. I owe you one. Don't mention it. Let's go. Looks like everybody's okay. Thank goodness, but there's still a few Hiragana warriors to clear out around here. We should head to the forest exit north of here and check out what enemies are beyond. Okay, let's make our way north and defeat enemies along the way. Eric and Leon, hang back and watch how we do it. Will do. Yeah, you guys need to learn, okay? Obviously, you guys try to hit him with a sword, dumbass. Roger. Oh, E. Fight. Why do these guys keep coming back? You guys think I'm terrible at S's and E's? I understand. Hey, E.
I love you. You're so funny.
The letter O hasn't even attacked me once. Turns out O is a pacifist.
Oh my
Damn.
god. How's everyone doing today?
I think everybody's lurking. Oh, fuck. That's what I get for not paying attention.
Don't die!
Make no promises.
This is actually a really fun way to learn a language.
I'm having a good time. He has made another appearance. Should I say Oh my god. No. No! Maybe we should heal a little bit. Fight. Answer. Claire hits harder. Support. Bless? A weak healing spell. Alright. Bless Claire. Oh, well now she's not gonna bless her. Can she do a healing spell out of combat though? Let's find out. Yes! She's out of MP now though. So, well. Sex to suck. E is alone.
I love slapping.
Oh my god, the shower is wild.
Okay.
Save the game. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Fresh Miss. Welcome in. I'm learning Japanese. I hope that you are enjoy watching me try to learn Hiragana. It's the forest exit up ahead. Then we made it. They're much strong. Oh, I will absolutely hydrate. Thank you, thank you. Good idea. Yay, okay, I'm hydrated. Fantastic. I forget to do that so often, and it's sitting right there. It's sitting right there, you think I'd remember. Then we made it. There are much stronger Hiragana warriors outside the forest. Seems like we've taken care of the remaining Hiragana warriors around here. What'll we do now? We need to learn a bit more before we brave the dangers outside the forest. Let's head back to town, regroup, and get ready for another study session. Great idea. I can't wait to learn even more. I leave to hydrate other streamers. Have an amazing day. Enjoy what you're doing. Thank you so much, Freshness. I appreciate it. Feel free to return and hydrate me more often. I guess.
She needs hydration. Water like a flower.
Okay.
Have fun.
Okay. Do you have your notebook and pen ready? Yes. Okay. So we're going to learn our second set of Hiragana characters. I'm going to do those 10 times each as well. And I'm going to tell you guys, while I work on it, I'm going to tell you guys how I'm able to somewhat memorize them. It's stupid, I know, but you know. I will go through each character individually and teach you how to write it and pronounce it. At the end of this chapter, we'll have a quiz, so do your best. Alright. The characters we're learning in this lesson are ka, ki, ku, ke, and ko. Notice how these are similar to our vowel sounds? You pronounce these syllables in the same way, only with a hard K in front. I'll pronounce each one for you as we go, so you get the right idea. These characters are very commonly used in Japanese. Since each character represents a syllable instead of a single letter, you can form full Japanese words quite quickly. Here's our first new character. Ka. This is a consonant followed by a vowel and makes up a single syllable. You pronounce this as ka. Let's practice writing it. So, the way that I would remember this is I thought it looked like the front end of a car, like a car. Like if you were to pronounce it with a Boston accent, it looks like a car.
Yeah, it's like a car that's hit someone.
Yeah. So I'm going to write that 10 times. I actually have to... There we go. Let's see how we do it. First... See, every time I do this, it looks really bad. So I'm going to do the writing animation again. It's because I keep trying to pull it back more. You see how it kind of like... I don't even know if you... Yeah, you can see my mouse. You should be able to. It kind of pulls back, but it doesn't cross over. I keep doing that, but mine looks really weird. Mine looks like I'm trying to draw a bow and arrow. If I do this, and then around like that, and then... Okay, that looks better, but not great. That had a hard angle on it. Make sure to place the third stroke in the right place. What is the third stroke? Is that last one? Yeah, that's what I thought. And there, it's at an angle. And I accidentally just fucked up the stroke order. That's fine. We will get better over time. I think my issue right now is figuring out the size of the round part. And then remembering to put that line at an angle. I feel like this would be easier if they put some kind of grid on here. But they did not. They just show how to draw it. I guess ultimately I'm gonna want to know how to draw it without a grid anyways. Yeah, alright. Well, did my 10. Continue lesson. For the next character. Key. Okay. So what I picture is right here. It looks like it's a man. Here's his nose, here's his mouth, and it looks like he's wearing a blindfold. And for me, it's kind of like Killian, K-I, and I know it's pronounced Key, but I would still say like he's the pirate Killian. And he has a twin brother named Gillian. Anyways, you'll get it. You'll get it later. But yeah, so this is Killian. But I will. So the cross first, then across. Yum, yum, yum. One more time. Because like especially when you draw it like this, it's more like a nose and a mouth. But it's not typed like that. And I accidentally fucked up already. The order. The writing animation again. Go down, or across, then down, and then forward. Okay, that's definitely where I'm messing up. Across, down. This one's not too bad. Basically, pretend like I'm following through and drawing the full loop that is, but not. I think the idea is just to make it flow that way. And that helps dictate the stroke order. That one looks better than the other one, but it's still... It doesn't look as flowy and pretty as it usually should, I feel. Continue lesson. Ku. My way of remembering this one was Ku have to be stupid to forget this one because it's so simple.
I sometimes confuse this one with Ko.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, now Ku are stupid. Ho is in my name and I forget it. So
yeah, that's...
I think I'm going to practice writing this one. It's really hard. Got to practice writing this one. Let me read it 10 times. Oh, got them messed up on the stroke order that time, only because my pen ran out of ink at that angle. There we go. Okay. I did it. There's a dust box in the chat if you guys want to catch it. Okay. Okay, continue lesson. Okay. Now here's how I remember this one. Okay. If you picture this as a door, right? This right here as a door, and then this right here is a key to put into the door. Right?
Adorable.
Trust me when I say it gets better, because it, like, the KE and the KE and the SE, both of them, they live together in that key world. Okay? Because right now it's just the key is outside the door. Later, the key goes inside the door. It's got its own little universe of the key inside the door. But it's pronounced K, not key, so whatever.
Karate.
Practice writing it. Okay. This one's not too bad. Word on that. I messed up the stroke order on that one. I'm trying to, like, keep the stroke order, but, like, work on speed a little bit, because ultimately I'm going to want to be able to identify them. I keep messing up the stroke order. It's not very intuitive, at least to me. I'm sure there's a reason for it. Like if I were to use ink or something. Not ink, I'm using ink, it's a pen, but you know what I mean, like a brush. See, like it goes down here and then it would go up and then across and then down, you see? Instead, I keep doing like this and then I draw this part and then cross it like a T, because to me, you cross the T's and dot the I's after. But yeah, I did write them, so I've got Kaki, Ku, Ke. Listen, and then this next one is the one I keep struggling with, and that's in my fucking name. Go. It's not hard. It's just, I just struggle with it. I'm not doodle up in the corner because my pen keeps doing ink things. I'm not exactly sure how I'm supposed to hold this pen to make the most of it, to be honest. Because I'm not very good at holding a pen in general. I always hold it wrong. By American standards, who knows? Maybe I hold it right by Japanese standards. This is getting worse. The harder I'm like focusing on it, the worse it's getting. There we go. I did something.
You hold it more like a calligraphy paintbrush.
Yeah, but if I hold it like a paintbrush where I'm pointing it down, then I run out of ink. The ink doesn't like to flow that way. Okay, we've finished this set of hiragana. These 5 characters are all commonly used, so be sure to memorize them. And then we're going to learn this next part. Ready? Now that we've covered the characters, there's an interesting tidbit you should know. What would you think if I told you we could learn another 5 new characters within a few minutes? You'd say I was crazy, right? Well, let's show you what I mean. Firstly, would you like to save your progress so far? Yes, obviously. There's an amazing feature of the hiragana writing system called Dakuten, or Tenten. Dakuten are little symbols that look like the above image. We're going to just doodle a move there.
It's cool that it's going to teach you about Dakuten too.
What are these little characters used for? Well, then when you add them to another hiragana character, you can make an entirely new sound. Here's an example. Take ka and add the dakuten marks. And what do you get? This symbol or ga. Wow! When you see hiragana, you already know with the dakuten symbol attached, you'll know that you need to pronounce it a bit differently. So, ka is, let me see, I hate this fucking tiny little thing I've got. Ka with the dakuten is ga. Sa with the dakuten is za. Ta with the dakuten is da. Na. I don't think na has a dakuten. I think na, ha, ma. I don't think they have it. I actually lied. Ha has dakuten, but it also has like 2 other ones as well. So that converts it from ha to ba to pa. That one has an extra one that's a circle. Any hiragana that starts with K will turn into a symbol starting with G. The G sound is always pronounced as a hard G. Don't be tempted to pronounce it like a J. I'll go through our 5 new characters and show you what they become when you add dakuten. This is ga. You pronounce this as ga. Write ka as normal and then add your dakuten mark in the position shown above. Do you want me to pronounce it again? No. Practice writing it in your notebook now. No. It's just adding dakuten. Gi. You pronounce this as gi. Write Killian as normal and then add your dakuten marks in the position shown in the image above. Do you want me to pronounce it again? No. Practice writing gi in your notebook now. Twin Gideon. This is gu. You pronounce this as gu. Write ku as normal, and then you add your dakuten marks in the position shown above. This, I think, is the only one where it's like on the inside, kind of. No, te is as well. Te from te to ze. Te to day. Sorry. Do you want me to pronounce it again? No. This is ge. You pronounce it as ge. It reminds you of your husband because he's gay.
Bitch. I love you.
I love you too. Right, ki, ke is normal, and then add your dakuten marks in the position shown above. Do you want me to pronounce it again? No. Right, ge in your notebooks now. This is go. You pronounce this as go. Write go, ko as normal, and then add your dakuten marks in the position shown in the above. Do you want me to pronounce it again? No. Practice writing go in your notebook now. No.
Never.
We've now finished this set. Many hiragana characters can have dakuten attached to them, but not all of them. As we learn more characters, I'll teach you which ones have dakuten added. I already know. But it's fine because we're relearning. We want to be able to recognize these at a glance. That's what we struggle with because we will sit there and we could do it. We could. We just have to stare at it a while. Whereas I can just list off the alphabet normally, like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. I can do that, and I can picture it in my head, but I can't do that with this yet. I wonder if there's a song for hiragana. I want to see. Is there a hiragana song? Hiragana alphabet song? There's an A-I-U-E-O. Is that just for the... There's no single universally standardized hiragana song in Japan like the English ABC song. Instead, Japanese children learn the characters by rhythmically chanting the traditional chart rows A, I, U, E, O, Ka, Ki, Ku, Ke, Ko, etc. However, modern educational creators have produced several catchy A-E-U-E-O song to help beginners learn. These songs set the standard 46 character phonetic order to music. The order goes down the traditional vowels and consonant rules. A-I-U-E-O, ka-ki, ku-ke-ko, sa-shi, su-se, so, ta-chi, tsu-te-to, nani-nu-ne-no, ha-hi-fu-he-ho, mami, mu-me-no, ya-yu-yo, ra-ri-ru, re-ru, that one, that last bit, that one really went with the rhythm. You obtained Study Guide 2. Use this from the menu to quickly revise this lesson. Ready to study again? Yeah. Great lesson today. I hope you've all taken a bit of information from this. Sure did, Misaki. Thanks to you, I know way more hiragana than before. I really like those Dakuten marks. Who knew it'd be so easy to turn one sound into another? If we count all hiragana we know, including the ones with Dakuten, we know 15. That's 15 different Japanese characters. Thanks, Misaki. I'm so glad you're all enjoying the lesson, but now it's quiz time. Question 1. What is this character? Cool. Correct, well done. Question 2. What is this character? Ge. Correct, well done. Question 3. What is this character? Ooh, see, trick question. Yi. Correct. What is the character for English sound ka? This one looks like a ka. What is the character for the English sound ge? Down right there. Correct, well done. Congratulations, you've completed the quiz. Let's take a break from our study for now. Head into town and relax. I'd recommend visiting the weapon shop that opened up recently. You might be able to purchase some new equipment for our next adventure. When you've finished exploring the town, come find me and we'll continue our study. With to study more? Oh my god. Anyways, on to the adventure. Okay, so I want to show you guys these things. Okay, it's super funny. Here's the dog. We should pet the dog, yes? Oops. I'm gonna save. Here's the dog. The name's Steve. Pleasure to meet y'all. I mightn't be the wisest old dog in town, but I can teach y'all a few tricks. Actually, no, I cannot. I am a dog. Carry on. I love that. Who's this person? Hello, I'm waiting for Misaki to teach me. My daughter keeps learning new words at school, but she doesn't apply herself long enough to learn the actual meaning. If I could relive my education, I'd make sure I learned all I possibly could. But don't mind me, I'm just an old man. I'm only 39, but the ladies love my distinguished look. Yep. This is Leon. Oh, no, it's not Leon. This is... What the fuck was his name? Damn it. He's sleeping. That's what he is. Mom says it's super dangerous to leave the village right now, so just don't, okay? But I'm saving up all my money to leave the village someday. I've hidden my life savings somewhere super secret. You'll never find it. You dig around the vase and find something. Obtained 2... Well, I'm assuming this is gold. Someone must have put this here on purpose. You kind of feel bad for taking it. I don't feel bad for taking it. Huh? I can't find the money. I hid in a vase nearby. Where did it go? That was my entire life savings. Sucks to suck.
You don't deserve
This is Leon. Howdy, what's the latest? Nothing. Who's this? So much to do today. I'm still cleaning up the mess from that magician a few weeks ago. If you don't want to help me, then shoo. Alright, and then there's this snowman who says, I'm just a lonely snowman. Please leave me be. Just a really pale guy. Oh, you're really going. Don't go. Alright. Tell me what to do. There's an ad that starts in a minute, guys. Thank you guys for your patience. Alright, we're gonna come in here. We're gonna buy things. Kitty doesn't want to talk to me. Welcome. Ever since dangerous Hiragana warriors started roaming the land, I have set up shop in this village, selling weapons and armor for protection. Aggressive positivity check-in. You're fucking fantastic and doing an amazing job. I'm fucking proud of you. Thank you so much. Oh my god. I needed that. You're awesome. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Aw. Yay. That's fantastic. I love it. I need more of that. I love aggressive positivity. I love it. I'm gonna fucking like throw love at my damn self. So you know, because I have an entire thing. said throw love aggressively. See? I am pro positive, aggressive positivity. Thank you. Ever since dangerous Hiragana warriors started roaming this land, I have set up shop in this village, selling weapons and armor for protection. If you see anything you like, please let me know. Ooh, I'm gonna catch that bug. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Hey, my friends.
Get loved.
Get loved. No. Okay. Alright, I must buy things from this guy. Okay, what do you want? Okay. I will hydrate. Thank you, Kuma. I'm gonna get some iron knuckles.
Kuma.
Kuma. Iron knuckles. Yeah, let's buy that. And then we're going to equip them to Claire. She's the only one that needs to really be able to fight, yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you, Kuma. Alright, and then we're gonna sell her leather gloves. We don't need that anymore. I don't think I can afford anything else, but I'm gonna try. No. Absolutely not. I could afford another pot lid, which I could give to Eric or Leon. I could afford 2 pot lids, which I can give to Eric and Leon. Do that. Equipment. Eric. Have pot. Have pot lid. There you go. Oh, shit. Oh, his name was Leon. This is Eric. I thought that was backwards. I'm terrible with names. Equip. Accessory. Pot lid. Fantastic. I lost the bug. Oh, no. Alright. Now we're headed out. Probably. To learn more Japanese.
More Japanese. We love Japan.
We do. Hello again. What would you like to do? Revise a lesson, continue new lessons. Okay, let's continue new lessons. How was your day in town? You must be ready to continue. You can now explore the world map and travel to our next destination. Head north out of town to view the world map. We want to visit Castor Marsh next. Leon and I are ready this time. We won't let you down. Let's do it. Alright. So north. We want to go this way. Should I check these? See if anybody else has left any money in them? Nope. Cool. What the fuck? Oops. My bad. We're trying to go up here. Okay. So this is Castor Marsh. I've lived in Snowleaf Village my whole life, but I've never even come near this place. Why would you need to? This place is super boring. Maybe it was boring in the past, but now it's full of dangerous Hiragana warriors. It's best that we stay alert. You read my mind, Claire. We'll clear out the Hiragana warriors as we go. By the way, if you're in a hurry, you can dash by holding the shift key while moving. Try it out. Oh, one more thing. If we're running low on HP or someone has been knocked unconscious, return to town and stay at the inn. It will restore us back to full health. Okay, I'm on auto run. That makes sense. Okay. I tried to hit sprint and I was like, I can go faster than this? No. No, I can't. We have Ku and Ga. There we go. Fight. Answer. Ku. Yep. And answer Misaki. Actually, we'll have you answer Ga. And then Eric is going to answer Ku. And then Leon is going to answer Ga. There we go. Take turns. Damn. Okay. That was not super effective. Oh, Leon does a lot more damage than I thought he was going to. Misaki kind of sucked that round. Why? Why did Misaki suck? Good. Answer Ga. Ga. Answer Eric. Cool. Cool. Answer Ga. Ga. There we go. Ooh, nice. That's what I get for upgrading my weapon.
Get upgraded.
Yep. Oh, did I hit that? Did I do that wrong? He got it. Oh, because he was okay. Because he was technically supposed to fight the other one that I killed already. That explains it. I was like, what? I didn't get anything wrong. Actually, yeah. Let's do support. Bless yourself. Berka. And Leon can also answer that. Like he's gotta have like a lot of help. Okay, well, Misaki's never gonna get healed. Ooh, reflect learn. Ooh, I learned bless. And by I mean apparently I'm putting myself in the position of Claire. I'm Claire. Reflect, okay. 82 monies. Generic. Insert money here, TM. Until of course I learn that kanji and learn that it means something. Ka appears and ke appears. Ka and ke. Ka. Actually, can we go back to her? Fuck, never mind. Okay. Nice. Oh, please don't hit Misaki. Why? Oh, you didn't. You hit me. Okay, that's fine. Suck. Okay, one's down. Fight. Support yourself. You also support yourself. And then let's let the guys answer K. They're doing fine health-wise. Ow. Okay. There we go. Not too bad. Not too shabby. I hope we can get past these guys. Nope. Let's save the game. Oh, there's a chest up there. Damn it. Here we have Ge and Ko. Ge and Ko. Nice. Nice. Okay, and all we have left is Ko. Let's support bless Eric because his health is getting low. And then Ko. As far as I know, he doesn't have any bless ability. Oh, that's done. Never mind. I forgot. I'm just super OP like that. Obtained a buckler. Ooh, what is that? Is that? I feel like that's a melee weapon, isn't it?
A buckler? That should be a shield.
Oh, okay. So we want to give that maybe to Misaki. Equipment. Yeah, it is a shield, you're right.
Yeah. I know my weapons.
Yeah, it's okay. So I gave it to Misaki because she's kind of weak. She's because she's a scholar. That's why. Go down here. There's another chest down here. Okay, we've got Ka and Ko. Fight. Our goal is to try to identify these much faster than we do. 69. Nice. Oh, fuck. Poor Eric. Oh, okay. That's fine. That's fine. Eric is very strong. We are going to heal Eric. We are not going to heal Eric. We're going to let Misaki heal Eric. We say, knowing that that's probably not going to happen. Because we're probably going to kill Ko. Before she has a chance. So I should do this out of combat, actually. Yep, that's exactly what happened. So let's out of combat do this. Skill, Misaki, bless, support, bless, Eric. There we go. Do they have any support abilities? Oh, fuck. Oh, I didn't realize I could do that. Let's do that. Yeah, alright. Oh, nice. Somebody's getting a new weapon later.
Heyday.
Ko is all alone. Everybody gang up on Ko. Watch how much damage Eric does. Like, for some reason, he attacks last. But, like, even after the enemy. I don't understand that. Like, he's slow. I think that's what that means. He's slow. But he's very strong. Ga and Gu. Answer Ga. I feel like you're making fun of me right now, and I don't appreciate it.
No, I was just reading around all the all the gifts.
Hi, Relic. Have you been?
Well, hello, Relic.
It's been so long since I've seen you. How are you? Look at you. How have you been? Alright, now we're just gonna fight Ge. Not Ge, Gu. This is Gu. Nobody else is gonna get to hit Gu. Nobody else is gonna get to hit Gu.
Because you're gonna get killed instantly.
Yeah, instantly. There you go. Boom. Dead. There's too many of us. It's been a minute. I'm doing pretty good. How are you? Fantastic. Fantastic. I'm living in Australia now. That's fun. And I got married. Wait, did you know I got married? I got married and then I moved to Australia.
Hello, I am husband.
This is
I am
husband.
trash.
My husband is trash. Yeah. Yeah. I got. Oops.
It's been quite a while since.
Yeah.
Been around.
I think you were just a viewer back then.
Yeah.
You were just, he was just a guy who showed up in my chat, and he was, you know, gave me some good donations for my subathon, you know. You've been nap trapped. What do you mean you've been nap trapped? Also, I want the good draw. Congratulations on your marriage move. Thank you. It's been a wild year, dude. I said duh. Duh. Well, good draw with that. Pokey catch. Ultra ball. Gimme. I don't own that ball. Fuck. Pokey catch. Great ball. Fuck. Pokey catch.
Okay,
Oh yeah, just
hold
put
on.
count whatever. I don't know what the hell balls I've got, to be honest. But yeah, how about you? How have you been? Don't even have a Pokemon. I'm learning to speak Japanese. Gremlin child is asleep on me. Well, too bad. Guess you have to take a nap. Looks like the bridge is out. No sweat. I bet some solid logs. I bet with some solid logs I could build a bridge to help us cross. Really? Well, if you know how, I'll give you a hand. It's sorted then. Let's hunt around for some strong logs. 3 good logs should be enough. Sounds like the scholar would know. But where to look? Well, there's some logs over there. What are we gonna do? Why are you showing me up there? What am I meant to do? Do you want me to climb this cliff that I can't even cross a bridge, but you want me to now cross the water and somehow climb a cliff? Okay. Figure it out. Figure it out. Damn it! You're being attacked by angry Japanese letters. I am. They're very bad. Very angry Japanese letters. No! Gi and Ki are here. The twins. And oh, I like how they did this one though, because it's more challenging. Gi and Ki. Because that's, yeah. Let's put them both right there. Let's give him Ki also, yeah? No! Whoops, I gave him the wrong one. My bad. He's gonna get hit. I knew what I did as soon as I did it too. Eric, sorry, your hit's not gonna matter or anything, which sucks because he's really strong. Yep. Sorry, my bad. Okay, so Gi. Thank you.
Why are you gay?
What are you Gi?
Why are you gay? Oh, I love that.
That's it. Okay. Okay. Alright, we're good. We're good. We should probably heal though. I'm gonna... Can I heal myself? Can any of the boys heal me? Support? No. Why don't the boys have the ability to bless? Ugh. Item? Oh, wow. That heals all the way. Might as well just stay out here. Let's see. I've been busy with work and life. Right now I'm planning my trip to Mexico for my best friend's wedding. That sounds amazing! That sounds fantastic. I hope you have a good time. How did I get around here? Don't even know how. Don't even know how. I feel like this way did not exist before. Ko. No, this is not Ko. This is Ku. Glad we realized before we made a fatal mistake.
Oh. Yeah, life has been very busy this year.
Mm-hmm.
For,
Basically.
like, a lot of people.
Mm-hmm. Oh, done. Okay, what if we... Oh yeah, we're gonna go down this way anyways. Okay. There's a bridge. Okay, so we've got Ko and Ku. Answer Ko and Ku. We are working on identifying them quickly. I like this game so far.
It is a really good game so far.
Yeah.
Like
It's cute.
it's great for attention.
It is. Yeah, because it's having me repeat them like several times. Poor Eric. He just keeps getting hit. I don't know why the letters hate Eric so much. They still haven't learned any support abilities. Okay, look, we have log here. This is a good log. Let's take it with us. Obtained 1 log. This is a good log. Let's take it with us. Has anybody tuning into the Nintendo Direct today? I mean, I will tell you, it is currently 10 p.m. for me. So I don't know what today means for you. Or for us. Like, for you and us together. I don't know. Why? What's supposed to be on it? Because unless it's an Animal Crossing, a new Animal Crossing reveal, I don't really care all that much. I should watch it though, right? Ko and Ku again. Ko. Ku.
I have never watched a Nintendo Direct.
I have. I usually wind up watching it after the fact. I want to watch it after whenever somebody says something like, "Oh my God, did you see what was on the Nintendo Direct? They released a new Animal Crossing." Then I'll go watch it. But I won't even watch the whole thing. I'll just watch the Animal Crossing part.
Yeah. I was like a big Nintendo kid because we had GameCube, 64,
Yeah.
The Nintendo things.
Yeah. Ko and Ku are back. Excuse me. Very rude of you to keep showing up and trying to kick my ass. I wish we had a little sneak preview, but I guess that's what the direct is, isn't it? Eric. Look at these guys' health. 124. Hold on. I need to show you guys. They fucking hate Eric. Ko and Ku hate Eric for some reason. Your arm's going numb? Oh. Jesse, you know the only thing you can do now is to chop it off. I'm sorry. 124. 97. 118. And then freaking Eric down here. 42. Why? Why do Ko and Ku hate Eric so much? We're gonna come back down here. And we're gonna go back to Snooty's village because we are going to we have the ability to get more weapons and stuff.
Get wrecked, Jesse. Your arm is numb and you're hungry.
Oh no. You're gonna have to order DoorDash. Tell them to come inside and bring a hacksaw. Oh no. Lessons with Misaki. Hope you're learning a lot. Okay. Yeah, alright. You're nap-teeped. I'm nap-teeped. Trapped. Okay, nap-trapped. Okay, we're gonna come down here. We're gonna buy weapons for everybody. Everybody's getting a weapon. Okay, I don't need to read his stuff again. Buy. Let's see. We need... Whoa. Oh, this is for Misaki. That's right. Okay. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, that's way higher. Okay, look. We're gonna go a little bit lower. Quarterstaff. Really? A sword? I wouldn't have thought for her a sword. No. What did I click? Oh. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's better. Plus 15. Ooh. Oh man, I could take care of everything myself if I got these. Plus 15?
Punch him in the face. Punch those letters.
What if... Hold on. Let us... Can we remove her weapon first?
A wild wanderer appears.
Wanderer! How you doing, hon?
Hello,
What if we take her sword away? No, just... I want to unequip. No, can't unequip. I just have to re-equip something else on top of it first. Okay, well, now we know. Buy... See, we could buy that. But that's so much better. And technically we can afford it. But also, don't we just want to like... You know what? Let's try and even out. Have it even for people. And then the quarterstaff for Leon. And then we're gonna sell the other stuff after we equip.
This is classic RPG Maker music right here.
Look, this is high quality music.
It is good music. I love it.
Fence post. You're having a study break? Me too! Welcome to life. Oh, so you're awake. Nice, nice. I am learning Japanese. I need enough money to get a sword. A sword.
Bring my sword.
I think we can buy it. Yep, there we go.
Hi, Milky.
Equip Misaki with her new Bokuto.
A mountain isn't what you should be throwing your head against.
Optimize. So, we're gonna sell her old bamboo sword. But then, we also had a pot lid that we replaced earlier. Can we buy anything else? We could buy more ramen. Yeah, alright. We'll just buy as many of those as we can. There we go. And then we'll save. Gonna throw your head against the mountain again. Enjoy! Enjoy mountain throwing head stuff. Anyways, we're gonna hit some people really hard. Oops.
Be careful of the brain damage.
What's this? Okay, and go. Let's see how much harder everybody hits now. Should be a lot better.
It should be. You got some good upgrades, didn't you?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That was the fire axe. Actually, no, that wasn't the fire axe. That was the quarterstaff. This is the fire axe. Nice. That was way faster.
1 round?
Yeah. I don't even think anybody got hit. Okay, we have Ge and Ko. What are you Ge? Starts off, congratulations, I'm so proud of you. You should go make a sandwich with your newfound freedom. There's a bronze song in the chat if you want to catch it. I'm gonna put that in there. I can spell catch, trust me. One of these days. Yeah, we'll be able to go across now after we build this bridge. Looks like we have enough logs to build a bridge. Let's work together. Wow, that was tough. Phew, done. Great, thank you. Onward. You can sense a strong foe nearby. Oh. Would you like to save the game? Yes.
I'm so strong.
What is this place? This never used to be here. I wonder, could this be where the Hiragana warriors are being summoned from? It must be, right? What else could it be here for? Literally anything. Could literally be anything. But, I mean, sure. Maybe that Japanese magician guy just likes strange lawn art. I'm with him. I'm with it. I'm with Leon. I think that he likes strange lawn art. I sense something powerful nearby. Maybe we should come back some other time. Uh-oh. No time for that. Watch out. Noburo appears. Ha ha ha. How sweet. You've come for another round of punishment. Noburo. Misaki, what do we do? This guy kicked my butt last time I fought him. Just stay calm. Together we can do this. I'm ready to take him down. You can count on me. Ha ha ha. How courageous. Let's see what you've got. Noburo summoned allies. It's Ko and Ka. Everyone listen carefully. Do not attack Noburo. Only attack the Hiragana warriors. We are not yet strong enough to defeat Noburo, but if we defeat enough of his summons, we can deplete his energy and live to see another day. Now do your best. Okay. Ko. And then Ka. Ko. And Ka. We'll see if we get hit in the process.
The boss is the magician.
Yeah. He summoned a new ally. Oh, he summoned Goo.
Oh no, not Goo.
Oh, shoot. There's Eh. Okay, hold on.
One day we will all be reduced to Goo.
No. No. Ew. Nice. A new ally. Okay, that is Go. Go. They all answer go. Just yell go. I guess. Watch me be wrong. I feel so embarrassed.
I'm pretty sure that is go.
Yeah. Noburo fled the battle. Yeah! You son of a bitch, you made me learn stuff. Ha 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 ha! I'm not sad. Speed up, Warren. Roy,
Go
speed up.
steal his beard. Go steal
Phew,
my
he's
beard.
gone at least for now. That was exhausting. At least we're able to deal with the Hiragana warriors, right? Honestly, I think it's working. I think I'm getting faster at being able to recognize them. You know,
Yeah,
time will tell.
you are.
We've definitely learned a lot. Well, to be fair, I am still within, like, a few. And I kind of got thrown off a little there when he threw the letter E in there. I was not expecting that. I've been definitely learning a lot so far. We'll get him next time. We should head back to town and rest for today. Tomorrow, we'll start learning the next set of Hiragana. Come talk to me in town when you're ready. Would you like to save your progress? Yes, I would. Let's see what we've got going on now. Yeah. Okay, well, we know that... Hold on. How's our health? Everything looks good. Everything looks golden. No quests. What's in here? Oh, I'm gonna go in this here. This is the kitchen. Get out of here. And we've been kicked out. Okay. I want to talk to the dog again, see if there's dialogue change. Nope. Same dog. Okay, so I think we will carry on with... Because I think Actually, how much money do we have? 1442. We could probably try and get more defense stuff, which might actually be good. Bye. Okay. Buckler. Okay, we can get 3 of these. We can get 2. We can get 3 of these ultimately. Equip Claire with a leather vest. And equip Eric leather vest. Now we're going to sell 2 cloth shirts. And then buy another leather vest. Oh, we can't afford it. Damn. And my pot lid or a baseball cap? Interesting. Hold on. How far away are we from being able to sell? Look. Leather vest,
Guess who's free?
180. Yeah. So 180. One. Oh, that didn't help. Okay. Armor. Buy. No, still more. Sell. Item. No, one more. And then we're going to equip Leon with leather vest. There we go. Now they're protected more, I guess. Hello again. What would you like to do? Of course, we'd like to continue with lessons. Welcome back. Let's carry on with the next lesson. I have something special prepared for today's lesson. Before we study more hiragana, we're going to learn some Japanese vocabulary. Interesting. Let's learn some Japanese vocabulary. To give you a break from learning hiragana every lesson, we'll mix it up and learn vocabulary each and every now and then. We'll cover 10 new words each lesson. As we go, we'll demonstrate how to read and pronounce each word. You'll see how to write each word in hiragana based on the hiragana we know so far. Okay. I'll show you our first word and demonstrate how these vocabulary lessons work. Hi. Let's break down the text above. The first line is blue is how you write the Japanese word in Romaji. Hi. Romaji is a system designed to transcribe Japanese sounds using the English alphabet. Okay. Romaji is very common. There's a good chance you've come across it before. Words that are borrowed from Japanese use Romaji. Think of words like tsunami, karaoke, sensei, etc. Romaji is super simple and easy to read. As you learn more hiragana and gain an understanding of the syllables used in Japanese, you'll be able to write words in Romaji as well as hiragana. I'm pretty sure that just being able to write in English is writing in Romaji, unless I am losing my mind. For the vocabulary we're learning, you can use the Romaji reading until we learn all of the relevant hiragana. Okay. Okay, I see. Which brings me to the next line written in black. This is the hiragana reading of the word. As lessons get more advanced and you learn more hiragana, these words will become entirely written in hiragana. So I actually know how to write ha. I'm just not going to do it because I'm trying to go along with it. When there are syllables used that we haven't learned yet, I'll just display the Romaji. I need caffeine's what I need. So in our example above, you'll see it as hai. We haven't learned the hiragana for ha yet, but we've learned i. The dashes in between are just to symbolize the gap between each syllable. You don't need to actually write these in hiragana or romaji. And finally, our third line in orange is the English translation of the word. So the example above teaches us that Japanese word hai means English. Or yes in English. Awesome. Hai does not mean English. I'm sorry.
Hi is English. All of English.
Yes, yes in English. Next, I'll discuss how to pronounce it properly. This word sounds like he or hi, or hi or hi. However, remember how e sounds like e? The word hai is actually pronounced hai, but since Japanese is a language spoken at a rapid pace, the syllables tend to merge. A general rule of thumb when speaking Japanese is that the sounds of syllables do not change, regardless of what syllable they follow or precede. We all know that English words can change pronunciation in strange ways, and may not even be pronounced as they are written. However, in Japanese, every syllable has a specific pronunciation and is the same in every word it appears in. There are a couple of little exceptions, but nothing to be concerned with at this stage. Nintendo Direct is at 12 a.m. your time? Maybe. What time is it now? We'll see where we are. And maybe we'll watch it together. Would you like to listen to the pronunciation of hi again? No? Let's look at our second word. Yeah. This means no. Yes and no. Yeah. Look, we can learn that one entirely in hiragana. This is ie, which means no. This is an interesting word because it's made up of only vowels. When dealing with repeated vowels such as ee, you draw out the length of the sound. It's not quite the same as repeating the vowel twice. Listen carefully to the example pronunciation. Ie. Hear it again? Ie. I don't think I need to say it with that kind of accent. Or I don't need to say it. I don't need to lower my voice. Sorry, if it was a guy. Yeah, that's how you pronounce it. Oh my god. Yeah. Look at our next one. I fucking hate you sometimes, babe. Let's look at our next word. Watashi. I will hydrate. Thank you, Alec. I appreciate it. I'm constantly forgetting to drink water. Thank you.
You're onto watashi.
Watashi means I. Wow, that is.
Watashi. What?
Watashi is the Japanese word
yes.
for I, used when referring to yourself. It is not a substitute for the letter I. That would be so chaotic. Can you write EA for me, please? Watashi, watashi! Sorry. Look. It'd be very confusing. Okay, that's not what we're doing. Watashi. Like watashi wa. Would it be watashi wa? I think there's watashi wa, and then there's different particles that I don't know everything. I want to say wa means like am, so like watashi wa Aiko. Maybe? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Look, this is the whole. Look, we're learning. There are.
Aiko desu.
Yes, I forgot about the des. There are other more casual words used to refer to yourself in Japanese, but they are safe for chatting with your friends and family. Generally, I'm chatting with my friends and family. I don't tend to chat with. Well, I don't really chat with any Japanese people, to be honest. I need to do that, but when I learn more. Would you like to listen to the pronunciation again? Yes. Watashi. Watashi. Okay, we shall continue. Ready for word 4? Yes. Anata. Anata. You. See, that one's new to me. I don't know this one. Anata is the Japanese word for you when referring to the person you are talking to. Anata. 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 It can be considered rude to use it in the wrong context. Most of the time, you refer to people by their name, even when talking directly to them. Ooh. It sounds weird in English, but it's normal in Japanese. That does sound weird. Huh. trying to think of an example, because like whenever I tell Tristan I love him, I say aishiteru, but there's no anata.
You
But I would
can
just
add
say,
anata.
I would say aishitaru danna. Aishitaru anata? That just sounds excessively.
Other way around.
Anata aishitaru?
Yes, you
Danna.
start with referring to someone else.
Would I say danna danna
Yes.
anata aishitaru?
No.
Are there Discord servers for learners that have native speakers, like I am in one for Cantonese? Ooh, I don't know. Probably.
There is. We found that well, yeah, there is. I've seen.
There
pictures
are
of them before.
there are likely some that I have not been in, unless I am in one. I don't know. If I am in one, I don't know that I am in one. Anata. Would you like to listen to the pronunciation? Yes. Anata. The thing is, I feel like I keep trying to overcomplicate certain things. There are like, okay, anata, right? So let's use anata as an example. Yeah. So I would look at a word. I would look at anata and be like, well, where is the emphasis? Would it be anata, anata, or anata? You know what I mean? Because there's no like specific emphasis on the word. So it's just anata, 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 which makes me feel like it's on the first letter. Anyways, pen. Pen is the Japanese word for pen. Who knew? This is a word that has been borrowed from English. I'm learning so much. I know how to say pen in Japanese. It's an easy word and it's even pronounced the same. Pen. When you write words borrowed from other languages in Japanese, you wouldn't normally use hiragana. Instead, you'd use a specific character called set of characters called katakana, which are specifically for foreign words. That is another game that we have. So we have this game, which is called Learn Japanese to Survive Hiragana Battle. And then we also have Learn Japanese to Survive Katakana War. And then we also have Learn Japanese to Survive Kanji Combat. Yeah, that's right. We bought all three for 20 bucks. Just saying. It's on sale if you get it as a group. Babe, you good? I feel like. Are you. Babe? Babe, you
My
good?
team is.
I thought he was sighing at me. I became concerned. He was sighing at his team in Stranova. However,
Basically, they have decided that it's not worth going the way that the bomb carrier is going.
Mhm.
It's worth pushing a random direction.
I'll take it.
And then, like, I've got 3 people sewn on my team, not playing the game.
Oh, that sucks. However,
They're
since
just running into the enemy.
this software is about learning hiragana, we'll write borrowed words like pen and hiragana and romaji. Would you like to listen to the pronunciation again? For pen? No, I think we're good. Ready for word 6? This one, inpitsu. Inpitsu is Japanese for pencil. Inpitsu. It's a bit of a mouthful, so listen to the pronunciation a few times and practice saying it slowly. Inpitsu. 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 I can picture how to write it. But also, I don't know if these are written entirely in hiragana or if they're also written kanji. Inpitsu. Inpitsu. Okay. Word 7, tsukyu. Suku? Suku? No. See, that's an English way. Sukue? Sukue?
机
Suke. Hold on.
机
Sukue.
机
Sukue.
机
Sukue.
机
Sukue.
机 机
Skuye. That's what it sounds like. Skuye.
机
Skuye?
机
Skuye.
机
Skuye.
机
Skuye.
机
Skuye.
机
Skuye. Is it skuye or skuye? Skuye?
机
Skuye.
机
Skuye.
机
Suki.
No.
Yeah, it's Suki.
机
That's not how it says it, though.
Suke.
机
Sukue?
机
Sakue.
How's the same though?
Sakue.
机
Ah, Tsukue. Okay.
机
Sakue.
机
Sakue.
机
Sakue.
机
Sakue.
机
Sakue. Okay, word
Yeah.
8.
Oh, desk. Okay.
Isu.
椅子
Isu. Isu is chair. Isu.
椅子
Isu. Chair.
本
Hon. Book. I know this one. Hon.
本
Hon. I don't need to hear that one again because I know it. Hon.
のと
Noto. Notebook.
のと
Noto. I think the hardest one so far is just desk. Tsukue. 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 Okay, anyways.
のと
Noto. For notebook. It's the end of our first vocabulary lesson. You now know 10 Japanese words that are going to be very useful. Well done. Are they going to be very useful? Would I like to save my progress? Yes, of course I would. It's time to learn our third set of Hiragana characters. There are 5 new characters to learn this lesson, and if they have the Dakutan, then it will be Dakuten, then it will be 10. I will go through each character individually and teach you how to write it and pronounce it. At the end of this chapter, we'll have a quiz to do your best. Okay, hold on. Hold on, let me get my notebook out. We have to go to a new page. Should I just flip it around? Yeah, I'll flip it. I don't know what I'm doing. Ignore me. Okay. Sa shi shu se so. Okay, so I'll teach you guys how I remember these also. Even though, like, I don't. I'll pronounce each one for you as we go so you get the right idea. Right. Here's our first new character. Sa. I picture this as Sam, right? Kind of like the other one was Killian. This is Sam. And the Sam only has one eye. That's how I pictured it. Sam only has one eye. Sa. Sam. And so I'm going to go ahead and write this.
さ
To practice writing it, we're going to go across and then down. Kind of like the exact same as Killian. Like K-I. Ki. Same as Ki, except for... There's only one. Ding, ding. I'm writing at, for anybody who may be wondering what I'm doing, I am writing all of this down. I am learning Japanese on Hiragana. I hope that you are enjoying yourself as I'm writing sa-sa, 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 sa. Huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Perfect. Ah. I already did. Continue lesson. The number of strokes, like key, the number of strokes varies depending on the font. Use the form in the animation as best practice. Yes. Get ready for the next character. She. She. I'm trying to remember how I remembered she. She. Oh, I'm stupid. Okay, look, I did she is a loser. That's how I did it. I'm and it looks like an L. She is
Right.
a loser. Look, I cannot control what it is that my brain decides to come up with. Whatever. I'm trying to learn things and my brain's like trying to make memories for it. She is a Lisa. Those are terrible. These are terrible. My drawing of them is bad. I'm gonna be putting them in the Discord, by the way. So if anybody wants to join the Discord, you absolutely can. Just use the socials link. It'll get you the link to the Discord. You can join to the Discord if you are not already in the Discord and you want to see my crappy handwriting, because I am writing all this down and I am gonna take a picture and post it. It's so bad. Then you'll think she is a loser, probably.
し
She. There's not really much I can do based on that one. Yep. One stroke. Some tips. The character's made in just one stroke. The vertical line is straight, but make sure you curve it correctly at the bottom. Okay, let's continue. Ready for the next character. This one, Su. Okay, this is how I remember this one, right? Su, like sushi, and I'll go sushi roll, right? And I'll show you. I'll show you how I write it, okay? So we go sushi and then roll. Sushi roll. That's how I remembered how to write it. And I actually like this one. Sushi roll. Sushi roll. Sushi roll. Sushi roll. Sushi roll. Sushi roll. The downside of me trying to remember it that way is sometimes I can't remember if this is Sue or she. It's one of the two. Sushi roll. Sushi roll. Yeah. I've now written that 10 times. Tail at the bottom curves slightly after the loop. Yeah. Continue. Next character is going to be Se. Okay, so if the last one, if K was a key outside the door, this is the door right here. This is the door handle. And this little last one right here, this tiny one, is the key inserted into the door. And you can see where the door handle is and the door. So the key is actually going into the door.
せ
I'll show you what I mean. I think the first line, that's the door, and then this is the key, and then this is the door handle. You can see how it goes at an angle. That's how I remember. So, se. Se. And it makes it really easy to write because it's pretty straightforward. I actually really like this one. It's kind of clean. Okay, yeah, this is my favorite letter so far. It looks pretty. Se. And then, of course, when you add the decadent, it will be ze. I think. Pretty sure.
そ
Next character. So.
Yeah, I think you're right.
This one I have difficulty writing. But I remember it from, I don't think of it as so. I think of this as like the first part of zo. So it kind of looks like a Z with a partial O attached to the bottom of it. And that's how I remember that one. And then so is just without the Dakuten. See if I can't do this one. Let me watch. I'm really bad at this one. I think so. Actually, it's not too bad. Yeah, I think it just looks more complicated than it is, actually. It's not too bad. I think I've gotten better at it. Practice writing the character. I did. So, continue lesson. That's it. We finished this set of Hiragana. These characters are all quite commonly used, so be sure to memorize them. Before we continue, would you like to save your progress? Yes. Are you going to teach us the common Japanese words written entirely in Hiragana? Okay. We're going to learn more words. Are you not going to teach us the zo part, with the dakutan? Sound them out using the knowledge you have so far. Say the words out loud. You'll probably get the meaning right away. Okay. Sushi.
寿司
Yay!
寿司
Sushi is a popular dish made with raw fish. If you haven't tried it, give it a go. It'll surely enhance your appreciation of Japanese. I do like sushi. I don't like avocado, which seems to be very common in sushi. That is the only time I don't like sushi, is if there's avocado in it.
It's quite common here for some stupid reason. I don't
It's
know
also
why.
in the US. It's also in the US. They put avocado in every fucking thing, and it's so hard.
I
I have to custom order it. It's like none of these sushi pieces have avocado in them. Why do people keep fucking putting avocado in sushi?
I genuinely don't think, like in Japan, any of them would have avocado. It would be offensive.
Here's a second Japanese word. It's a tough one. Can you guess? There's one character we haven't learned yet. In. In is the one we haven't learned yet. So this will be sensei. Yep. Sensei. Sensei.
先生
Sensei. There's a word you've probably heard a lot in movies and television. Sensei means teacher or master in
先
Japanese.
生
Sensei is very commonly used in karate when addressing your master. Here's our third Japanese word. It's another tough one. Can you spot the character we haven't learned yet? Okay, let's see. I think that this is going to be... Let's find out. We know the ka. We know the o. And we know the ke. Okay.
Ke.
Karaoke. Ka.
Oh,
Karaoke. Re. We haven't learned the re. K-A. We have learned R-E. We have not. O and then K-E. Karaoke. Karaoke.
カラオケ
Karaoke. 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 My bad.
カラオケ
Karaoke. Karaoke. Did you know that the word karaoke originated from Japanese? Well, you do now. I think I did. That's all for our Japanese words this lesson. Once you've learned some more hiragana, we'll learn some more words. Do you remember a friend, the Dakuten? Yes! Okay, here's some good news. You can use Dakuten on our newly learned S series. Adding Dakuten to the series, we learned to transform the sounds from S to a Z. I'll go through our 5 new characters and show you what they can become when you add Dakuten. Za.
za
Za. No. I don't want to keep writing that. I know that I added the Dakuten.
Ji.
G. This one sounds like G. However, like, okay, here's what I was learning, at least when I was doing it before, is like, because technically there is another J sound in, it's with the T and then add the Dakuten and it adds it to a D, but it's not D, it's G. So there is another J sound. Hi Dan, how you doing? He's Dan. Dan. He's Dan. Oh my God! Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in, everybody. Lick the raiders that I don't have a comment about. Lick the raiders this time. Oh yeah, look at it. Yay! How goes the Japanese? I'm learning, I think. So I was saying that this is pronounced G, but there's another G sounding word as well. But it's more like I don't know how to pronounce. This is like a Z sounding, so it's softer, and the one that's with a D sounds harder. And a hard J and a soft J, I think, is the difference. So like this would be, since it's with a Z, it'd be like G, G, G. You know, so it's got the G sound, but it's more G, I think. G, softer. And then with the D, it's gonna sound like G, but it's gonna be harder. It's gonna be like have that hard G. Whereas this is more G, and this is G. I don't know how else to explain it, and I'm probably way off. But that was like I tried figuring out what the difference was between the two, and that's how I figured it. And yeah, okay. Anyways, look, I'm learning. I'm trying. Right, she as normal, Ajudaka, 10 marks in the position shown above. Do you want me to pronounce it again? No. Z. Yep. No. I've already written all of these. The only thing I haven't done is add the Dakuten marks. So right now we have learned Wakarimasen desu. Wakarimasen desu. Wakarimasen desu. What is he saying to me?
I don't know.
Oh.
I've learnt this before, but I've forgotten it.
Okay, I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna make sure I pronounce it correctly. So I'm gonna do it with the whatever the heck, Gemini maybe. What does wakarimasen desu mean in Japanese? Okay, I guess I'll close Gemini. Fucking whatever. What does wakarimasen desu in Japanese mean?
I don't understand, or I don't know. However, it is grammatically incorrect. It combines the polite verb ending, masen, with the polite copula, desu, which is redundant. The correct polite form is wakarimasen. Wakarimasen.
Wakarimasen. You don't need to say desu. You will just say wakarimasen. Adding desu is apparently redundant. And also, I've realized that this AI is very rude. I'm sorry. It's like, yeah, what he said was absolutely wrong and incorrect. I'm like, okay. Wakarimasen. Okay, I should learn wakarimasen. I should write that down actually, because I don't always understand either. I actually have some note cards that I've been keeping to write the occasional phrases down so I can say things like "Otsukare." I don't even know what the fuck I just said. What did I just say? Are you okay? No, that's not what I said. I said, good work. Daijoubu? Daijoubu?
Daijobu? Yeah.
So I need to
Daijobu.
learn, I need to write down wakarimasen because I don't know that one. And
I feel like
that's
I've
actually,
just completely forgotten what you said wakarimasen means.
I don't know. It means I don't know.
Ah.
Okay, hold on. See, basically, the way I have it written down in my index cards is I have it written down as the word in Romaji, and I have it written down in the kanji, if it's a part of a kanji. Can you write wakarimasen in Romaji and kanji for me?
Here is the Japanese translation for what got in my sand. With kana, watashi no nani ga haitta no? Romaji. Watashi no
I always
nani ga
ask what's
haitta
got in
no?
my sand.
It literally says, here's the Japanese translations for what got in my sand. What got in my sand? I meant to say wakarimasen as in I don't know.
Got it? Wakarimasen. Wakarimasen is perfect for I don't know or I don't understand. Understand.
Oh my god.
Mistake for taking the
What got in my sand? Alright, I'm gonna write that down real quick. Okay. So I have it written on one side in the Romaji wakarimasen. And then I write underneath it in parentheses actually, this doesn't use any kanji at all. That's fantastic. What a perfect, easy way for me to learn that. And because I have been recently learning the stroke order for some of these letters, like the ka, you know, I actually wrote it correctly.
Nice. We love writing things correctly.
I know.
Mr. Moonchild. Hello.
Welcome in. Oh wait, I know you. Do I know you?
Welcome,
I'm pretty sure I know you. Yeah. I think that I know them from Millie's channel.
Yes.
Wakarimasen. And then on the back, it's gonna say.
Yeah, thank you for the raid, Dan, and hello everyone that's come
Don't
with the raid.
know.
Wakarimasen to all of you.
I don't understand. Now, here's something I've been doing for myself, actually, is every single time that I learn a new phrase, I try to find out if I can add ne to the end of it to make it cute. So, so every single time I learn a new phrase that I write down in my index cards, I say, can I add ne to the end of it to make it sound adorable? So I'd say like, wakarimasen ne? Let me see. Can I add ne to the end of wakarimasen to make it cute?
Adding ne makes it sound softer and friendlier. Using wakaranai ne, wakaranai ne, or the even cuter, wakannai ne, wakanai ne, works perfectly when chatting with friends or your husband.
Oh, so I wouldn't say wakarimasen. I would say wakanane. Hold on.
You cut it short. Yeah, there's a few things like that.
Wakanane. Wakanai. Wakanai ne. And wakaran. I'm sorry, I'm really bad at talking.
No, there was a
Yeah.
where you said it, where it sounded like the waka waka waka.
Waka waka. The words that stick with me are arigato and kawaii. Yeah, those are for sure. Although apparently a lot of people like not arigato. Arigato a lot of the times it's also written with a U at the end to extend it, so it sounds like arigato, kind of like that.
Yeah.
I learned that recently. So arigato is absolutely works fine. There would only be one R though, because it's arigato. Arigato. And then sometimes they add a U. So arigato. Yes, there you go. Arigato gozaimasu. I'm trying to figure out how to. And wakaranai ne means I don't know.
It means I don't know, right? Or I don't know either.
Nice.
Can you write that down for me again so I can write it on my, or can you write it out again so I can write it on my index cards?
It's the card layout for your index cards. Fronto.
Okay.
Wakaranai ne. Back. Romaji wakaranai ne. Meaning.
Wakaranai ne. Yeah, so basically I've been trying to find out different ways I can use common phrases, but also like add ne to the end so that they're cute. It is what I have decided I'm doing on my language journey. I have decided I am going to be cute with it and add ne to practically everything possible. I'm going to be annoying. I started by just saying arigato, but they seemed to correct me with gozaimasu. It didn't seem like the casual version. Oh. Oh, your teacher? Your teacher did or Japanese people did? gonna make a little note down here. Ga, ra, nai, ne.
My team. Why?
God, I fucking hate the letter N. Not N, na. To be fair, I also hate the way ne is written, the character ne. But I'm using it for like everything. So, no, when you visited, oh, you visited Japan?
Oh, oh yes, yeah. I think I remember you mentioned.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have a
They're
lot of people.
very.
They were basically, they looked at you like, oh, look at you trying to be casual with me. No. Know your
No, I know what
place,
you're
little
saying.
Australian boy. Oh, Lord. I don't know. Usually. Hee soft. I don't think that, like, people would have a problem with me. Hold on. Saying, like, arigato. Hold on. Could I say arigato ne?
Yes. Arigato ne. Arigato ne works perfectly. It means thanks, okay? Or thank you, and adds a warm, casual, and sweet tone.
That's a warm, casual, and sweet tone. You said never heard it said arigato ne? Or arigato and that's what I'm saying. Like, I didn't know ne as a thing, right? But apparently I can add ne to so many things. Yeah. Okay, so Tristan and I were talking earlier. We're watching One Piece, and there's this character that adds ya at the end of like a lot of
Yeah.
what they're saying, right? And Tristan was like, I don't know why they keep adding ya at the end of it. It doesn't make any sense,
No,
right?
I don't know why they'll translate it as Mister because I've never seen it translated before.
Yeah, and so he winds up looking it up, and turns out that is what the ya was changing it to mean, like Mister.
Yeah.
Oh, not sure if you're not sure of a word for a thing, just try you saying the English word and add O at the end. Yeah, I so crimo, I so crimo. But yeah, so I don't know. Basically, I'm gonna become the weirdo who adds ne to everything because I want to sound sweet, and I don't think it's necessarily impolite. It's just like it is casual, but it's meant to be sweet. You know, it's meant to be soft and sweet. So kind of like I don't know. I don't know. It's not it I feel like in a way it's kind of like casual respectful. Does that make sense? Like it's not aggressive at all. Like opposite of aggressive.
Do you hate my team just as much as me?
I don't know shit about your team.
They're on site
Then
with the
yes.
bomb and they're not planting.
Babe, that means nothing to me. I don't play that game.
Doesn't matter. Agree with me. Ah!
I mean, I'm totally on your side. Absolutely. Fuck those guys in particular. They're very formal
Basically,
in
they're
shops
making
and
it
stuff
so the
like that.
other team can take as much time as they want.
Are they though? Like,
Yeah.
no, not you. I was talking to Dan.
Oh.
Babe. Babe. I'm playing a Japanese game. I'm talking about Japanese.
Yeah.
Okay, they're very formal in shops and stuff I found. Except
they're
one girl
formal
that was
everywhere.
practicing English with me. She was quite friendly. See, that's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about like I'm not going to Japan anytime soon. I would just like to be able to speak with people in Japanese here as a streamer, as a VTuber. And I don't know if the people who would be showing up in my chat would expect me to be formal because it's not exactly that kind of setting, which is exactly why I was trying to learn things with like nah, because it's cute, it's sweet, you know, and that's what I want. That's how I want to learn it because that's how I want to use it here. Here will work better because people turn up here would understand English culture. Yeah. Yeah. It is definitely a less formal setting. Okay. All right. I've already written the, but without the Jakuten. Let's see. Moving on. I cannot believe in all of that I learned a whole new word. Well, to be fair, I also learned how to say desk. I don't know what I'm going to do with that information. I mean, I guess I have a desk. I'm sitting at a suke sukue sukue sukue.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, it's not Desco, but good try. All right, I'm gonna wind up going to sleep. Have a good night. Thank you for rating me, and thank you for bringing your friends, and thank you for teaching me a new word. Appreciate it. Okay, ze. Do you want me to pronounce it again? Ze? No. Practice writing it. I've already done it. Zo, got this.
Zo.
I got it. No, you're good. Practice writing. Gotcha. Now we finish this at 10 new hiragana. Awesome. You've obtained Study Guide 3. Use this from the items menu to quickly revise this lesson, which we will do if necessary. That wraps up this lesson. Great work. Let me guess. Now you're going to quiz us. You know it. Oh, man. Chin up, Leon. We need to revise what we've learned, or we'll get our butts kicked next time we go out to battle Hiragana warriors. So I don't know, like, does this game expect me to remember everything? Because, like, this was a very long lesson.
Yes. Remember everything.
I'm gonna try. My mom has sent me a picture of a very fluffy looking bird. Look at this bird. Babe. Look at that bird. That is a fluffy ass looking bird.
It is a fluffy bird.
It's called a Wilson's plover. My mom sends me pictures of birds every day. Because I got her a daily bird calendar, and she's been going through it every single day this entire year. Okay. Chin up, Leon. We need to revise what we've learned, or we'll get our butts kicked next time we go out to battle the Hiragana Wars. Why? You didn't get butts kicked last time. Eric's right. Frankly, I want to learn as much as I can as soon as possible, so I can give Noburo a piece of my mind. Same. That's exactly why I want to learn Hiragana. To give Noburo a piece of my mind. All in due time. Let's focus on our quiz. Question 1. What is this character? She. Correct. Well done. Question 2. What is this character? So. Correct. Well done. Question 3. What is this character? Ooh, try to trick me. Oh, correct. Well done. What is the character for the English sound Z? This one. Correct. Well done. Question 5. What is the character for the English sound sa? That motherfucker. Sorry, I should have been more respectful. I'm learning. Let's take a break from our study for now. Head up to town and relax. If you need to stock up on items, equipment, make sure to do so. I already did that. Might be now to look around for side quests, optional tasks you can complete for rewards, and each side quest will teach you more Japanese. Try talking to people in town with exclamation icons above their head. Make sure you check the end, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I was wondering if there was going to be any reason for these random ass NPCs, because so far there has not been any reason. And also, we are good on things, so let's talk to her. Wrong button. Misaki has been teaching me Japanese. It's so much fun, but so far I've only learned a couple of greetings. Hey, I have an idea. I'll teach you the greetings I've learned, and then you can use them with people around town. Greetings. Alright. Okay, here's what I've learned so far.
おはようございます。
When it's morning, you greet people with Ohayo
お
gozaimasu.
はようございます。
Ohayo gozaimasu. That's good morning.
おはようございます。
Ohayo gozaimasu.
おはようございます。
Ohayo gozaimasu.
こんにちは。
Ohio.
When it's daytime, you can greet people with konnichiwa.
こんにちは。
Konnichiwa.
こんにちは。
Konnichiwa.
こんばんは。
When it's evening, you can grant people. That's what I said. I can read too. When it's evening, you can greet people with konbanwa.
こんばんは。
Konbanwa. That's good evening.
こんばんは。
Konbanwa. I will not remember that. I'm gonna try. I'll probably like use this as refreshers. Like once I've beaten this game, I'll probably just come in and like play a little bit of it in my own time. Ohayo gozaimasu, konnichiwa, and konbanwa. I'll probably write those down later. I think I have none of them written down. Probably konnichiwa. To test your memory, talk to people in this area. They'll greet you in English, and you need to respond in Japanese. Good luck. Okay. Okay. Good evening. Konbanwa. Great. Dog. 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 Name's Steve. Pleasure to meet y'all. I mightn't be the wisest. Wow. He doesn't even want to try. Good day. Konnichiwa. Howdy, what's the latest? Nope. Good morning. Ohayo gozaimasu. Is that it? Good? Oh, wait, hold on. We haven't talked to the snowman. Maybe the snowman has something to say. I'm just a lonely snowman. Please leave me be. Oh, you're really going. Don't go. Okay, bye. You did it. I'm so proud of my first student. Oh, you're a student. Oh, I'm a student of yours now. All right. To wrap it up, I'll teach you how to say goodbye.
さよなら。
Sayonara. Listen, no, I can say sayonara. I obtained money. Remember 3 greetings. Sayonara. Okay. We're doing some side quests. We did good. We did good. Ooh. I just love food. I adore it. I've been lucky that Miss Misaki has been introducing me to delicious Japanese cuisine. You look famished. Won't you join me for a meal? New quest start. Let's eat. Itadakimasu. Before eating, you always say itadakimasu. It's a bit like saying let's eat or thanks for the meal.
いただきます。
Itadakimasu.
いただきます。
Itadakimasu. I actually think I have that one written down. Or if I don't have it written down, I've talked about it a lot recently. Itadakimasu. We've been talking about, listen, look, when it comes to food, we talk a lot about food. We like food. I'm going to turn our meal into a bit of a game. There will be 3 rounds. At the start of each round, I'll tell you, oops, fuck. I actually skipped ahead. I don't know what he said. The chef will bring out some plates and you'll need to guess which one contains my favorite. Wow, I know nothing. First round. The meal I'm craving is takoyaki. It's diced octopus cooked in batter. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, that's a meatball. That is a mochi, I think. I think this one's a takoyaki. Yeah, maybe? Yeah. I think I have had a takoyaki. Hi, Sims.
Hello, Sims.
Second round. The meal I'm craving is soba. It's a noodle dish served cold. Is it? Does it have to be cold? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. How do you pronounce your name? I need to know. Dan did leave. Dan went to bed. Exaran? Is that right? Exaran. Exarain. Can you please tell me how to pronounce your name, if that is okay? Soba. It's a noodle dish served cold. I think I've had a hot soba.
そば。
I'm gonna guess this one, the B. Yes. I feel like I had soba that was warm though. Now I'm confused. Oh well. It's pronounced Exarain. Alex Exarain. Okay, Exarain. I will probably go by Exarain now that I know how to pronounce it. Because I'll be able to read it. And I won't remember Alex probably. I'm just horrible with names. I'm very good at reading. I'm just not always like as long as you've told me now how to pronounce it, I'll remember it. I'll remember that. Except for there is one person who I'm always getting their name wrong.
Me.
Yep, Tristan. It's really difficult.
I know. It's so difficult. One day you'll get my name right.
Yeah, I know. Final round. The meal I'm craving is sashimi. It's raw sliced fish. Okay, that's gonna be A for sure. Yay! Congrats, you've completed the quiz. How was the food? I hope it was tasty. Delicious. Itadakimasu. I love refreshing drinks. Miss Misaki has been introducing me to delicious Japanese beverages. You look thirsty. Won't you join me for a drink? Oh, this one's gonna be tough. I don't know a lot about the beverages. Green tea, water, ramune. Ramune? Ramune? Ooh, how stinky am I today? Stinky. I still get flashbacks to me typing his name to Triton.
Pretend.
Triton. I'm only 38% sticky.
Pretend.
Let's drink. All right. Kanpai. That's how you say cheers. Kanpai. All right. Good to know. Good to know. I didn't know that. Oh, wait. I also know sake. Sake? Be sake. Okay. Kanpai. Let's cheers. Listen again. Yes. Kanpai. No. This is a little awkward. I ordered some drinks a little while ago, but the waiter hasn't brought me anything. I have an idea. Why don't you visit the inn and see if they have any drinks there? Here, I'll write my order down, show this to the innkeeper, and bring back the drinks. Oh, goodness gracious. We must go. Have I been practicing my hiragana recently? Yeah. I have it. Yeah, I have actually. I have a hiragana and a katakana chart on my wall. I have a hiragana and a katakana chart on the back of my notebook. I've been writing in hiragana and katakana on my note cards. I'm just like, and now I'm playing a game about hiragana. I'm doing my best. And also, look. Because you just got here too, I'll tell you. This game is actually part 1 of the Learn Japanese to Survive games. This is Learn Japanese to Survive Hiragana Battle. The next one is Learn Japanese to Survive Katakana War. And the one after that is Learn Japanese to Survive Kanji Combat. You go to the store page. Let's see. How much was it?
I love the kanji combat.
It is... like... that you can buy the trilogy as a bundle for like 10% off. I'm not sponsored or anything. I wish I was. This is cute.
Oh my god, I got the gulpin. Gulpin.
Good job. Okay, so I guess we talked. No. Did we talk to this person? Oh, you want some drinks? Let me see what you need. Ah, yes, I think I have all of these. Just a moment. I've heard kanji have multiple pronunciations. Do they? I don't think so. Maybe? Kind of, in a way. Okay, so like, okay, I will... The word oishi, right? The word oishi is written with, instead of it being O-I-S-H-I, the characters for O, character for I, character for she, character for I. Instead of it being like that, it is the kanji character for beautiful, the kanji character for taste, and then the hiragana for she and the hiragana for I. So E, right? Technically speaking, the kanji characters for beautiful and the kanji characters for taste together would sound like miyaji, mi and aji. But that is not how beautiful taste is said. You would just say delicious, which is oishi. And it's very I'm gonna send you a YouTube channel and Discord DMs. It's a dude who tells Japanese history and storytelling format, and he makes it relatable and funny. Yes. Wait, is it okay? I might know who you're talking about, but regardless, I love that guy, and I can't ever find him. So please do send to me. There's a couple guys actually who do that. One guy is really sweaty, weirdly. send it to me. Send it to me. I've seen a couple people who tell Japanese stuff like that, and it's fucking hilarious. I love it. Here you go. Enjoy. Okay. Obtain set of drinks. Well, I have learned nothing other than I now have a set of drinks that I will carry back to this guy. I have learned kanpai, I think. Kanpai?
Kanpai.
Now let me teach you about these wonderful concoctions. Kanpai. It is kanpai. Sweet. Ramune. It is ramune. A sweet and fizzy drink. It's a bit like lemonade. I have had strawberry ramune, and it is delicious. Let me see. I'm gonna see what you just sent me. This guy. Nope, not who I thought that was. No, it's not that guy. But, or maybe not. Hold on, let me check. Yes, he is one of them, but he's not the sweaty one. He's the other one. Yeah, that sounds really weird.
Yes.
It's not the sweaty one.
The non-sweaty one.
うん
Sweaty one.
うん This is a ramune, a sweet and fizzy drink. It's a bit like lemonade. Ramune comes in a glass bottle sealed with a marble. You need to pop the marble out to drink. Cool. It is cool. I quite like these. These are fun.
抹茶
Matcha is a popular style of green tea.
抹茶
It's
Mm-hmm.
high in antioxidants and quite good for you. Matcha is brewed and served in elegant tea
コー
ceremonies.
ヒー
Kohi or kohi. I just get a kiss on the forehead. It's not the sweaty one. Yeah. Kohi or kohi is the Japanese pronunciation for coffee.
コーヒー
Kohi is very popular in Japan, and you can even find it in cans. These are sold in shops and vending machines and can be served hot or cold. I am actually kind of curious what a can of coffee tastes like. Hmm. And that's all the drinks. Thank you for sharing with me. I have trained fresh kohi.
Coffee.
Kohi.
Didn't you used to have a quote system?
I don't know. I haven't set it up. I need to figure out how to set it up properly. I'll probably try and see if I can find a way to set it up through Lumia, because that Lumia can do fucking everything. It's awesome. Alright, there's another guy in here with a side quest. What's up? Hello, whippersnapper. What brings you here today? Might an old geezer like myself ask you a question? No. Do you know how to ask somebody's age in Japanese? No. Well, I can teach you. Oh, it's very important to know people's ages in Japanese.
何歳ですか
It's quite easy. You say, nansai desu ka? Nansai desu ka?
何歳ですか
Nansai desu ka? How old are you? Nansai desu ka? I don't... See, the thing is, it's like, this is not a question I want to ask on the channel. Like, I feel like it might be appropriate to ask to make sure that people are of legal age and, like, above the age of 18. But ultimately, it's not, like, a question I really want to, like, focus on. I know that I should probably know it if somebody ever says it to me.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Lumia could do
I feel
fucking
like
everything. Lumia has its own chat GPT. I have built a couple of custom things. This ticker at the top of my stream, this ticker, I built that. I built that on Lumia. I can adjust the speed and everything, but I did it with code. Lumia has look, don't even get me started with Lumia. Lumia is awesome. Nansai desu ka? But so basically, I don't think I necessarily want to get too much into asking people's ages because online, I don't think it matters as much. I think it matters in the sense that makes sure somebody's an adult. I don't know. Yeah, you should do that. Let me know how that goes because I'm actually very curious as well because, like, I don't know if, because I understand that, like, there's a lot in Japan and Japanese culture when it comes to ages and how you reference people. So, like, people might call me, like, Aiko-san because I'm older.
it's a lot more important in Korea as well than Japan.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. I should write down nansai desu ka. I actually, yeah, let me get my note cards for that one because that one's kind of important, I guess. It will be important during certain aspects, at least being able to recognize it, that I would like. Because I have index cards, okay? I don't know if you can hear the flapping of my index cards. Also, I'm going to turn on Spotify real quick because it is suddenly very fucking quiet in this game. So I'm going to turn that on while I write this down. Okay. And I also want it written in kanji. So, nansai desu ka? Can you write nansai desu ka in Japanese katakana or kanji for me and in Romaji so I can write it down on my notebooks? Oh my god. Wow.
Hiragana. Nonshi desu ka? Romaji.
I'm sorry. I need nansai desu ka in kanji, please.
Kanji, Muzukashi,
No,
Romaji.
not Muzukashi. Not Muzukashi.
Nansai desu ka?
Nansai desu ka, as in, how old are you?
Ah, you mean how old are you? Here is the correct Japanese for that phrase. Oikutsu desu ka? Hiragana. Onansai desu ka? Kanji.
This person's,
Oikutsu desu ka?
the game says nansai desu ka.
Yes,
Romaji.
because you're on hiragana.
Huh? No, this says nansai desu ka, whereas this is saying o nansai desu ka.
I guess it's more.
I don't know which is correct. I'm playing a game that's telling me it's nansai desu ka, not o nansai desu ka. What's the difference?
Are attempts to say, how old are you in Japanese? Nansai desu ka? Nansai desu ka is the actual correct Japanese phrase. Nansai desu ka is just a
What
phonetic
the actual fuck?
misspelling of that phrase.
What the actual fuck? I'm so mad right now. Babe, look what this thing registered. Look what this fucking
What does it
registered.
say? Nansai desu ka?
It says it's just a phonetic English style misspelling of that phrase. It's like, bruh,
What?
bruh, I didn't spell nothing. I said it out loud. I'm gonna write it. Fuck it. Nonsense. Let's go. Whatever. At least I have it here. It's fucking kanji is here too. God damn it. Really? This is from NBC News. In Japanese online spaces, age is rarely discussed because people focus on what is being said, not who is saying it. Good, 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 good. I like that. But I still want to know. Let's see. Fuck. What's wrong with my pen? No, my pen is dying.
No.
Pen, come back to me.
Penny, come back. Wait, no.
Penny, come back.
You can blame it all.
Desu ka? Okay, you know what? Alright, it's fine. This pen was like $3 for a set of 400. I'm moving on. New pen.
New pen, who dis?
That's what happens when you get all your pens on AliExpress. I have some red ones too. It's nice. That's for making my furigana. Constantly having to remember
Hiragana.
furigana. Yep. Furigana is writing the hiragana or katakana over top of kanji so that you know how it's pronounced, because you don't always know how it's pronounced until you fucking learn. And that's
Yeah,
the whole process of learning it.
honestly, it's a fantastic system.
Mm-hmm. I am currently trying to.
And then you have English, where everything's just vibes.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, but I'm sitting here trying to fucking write in kanji and it's so fucking tiny.
Yeah.
My pen is fat. Did they just write in giant fucking letters?
Yeah, in a lot of Asian spaces, it's very...
They like look at our lines. They look at our lines that we write stuff on and they're like, oh my god, that's so
It's
tiny.
very uncommon to mention, like, personal details of age. But it's...
This says Japanese
It's...
people overwhelmingly tend to stay anonymous online in general, hence why the previous messages. Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. Well, I
Yeah.
mean, I'm not gonna be giving out. I mean, I'm not saying that. What?
I think I know where that was going. Maybe.
I'm not Japanese.
Yeah.
I was getting ready to say I'm not giving out all of my information, but then I was like, I'm not Japanese, so.
Yeah, you're not Japanese. It's... I mean... The...
Okay, it's written down. It's in my
Yeah.
cards. It's in my cards
Already
now.
I'm an
Zigzagoon. I'm gonna catch a zigzagoon. You know what? Last time I caught a zigzagoon. It's in my It's in my
And his
Pokey home.
Zuni's
My Zigzagoon is shiny. Let's see if this will be shiny. Nansai desu ka?
何歳ですか
Okay.
I've just gotten so into this game you're playing.
Nansai means what age, but it isn't specifically asking a question. To form a question in Japanese, you use desu ka at the end of a sentence, and there's no question mark used. There's no question mark.
Yes. There's no question mark in the Japanese alphabet.
I did not know that. Huh. So we're adding together Nansai, what age, desu ka, question. You get, what age are you? Huh. You have one shiny? How many shinies do I have? Pokey ink.
I believe I have 0.
I have 2 shinies. Oh my god, I have so much money. What the fuck? Oh, still not as much as Sam's.
Yeah, no shinies.
You have 2 shinies. What are you talking about?
Oh, I do have 2. When did I get 2 shinies?
I don't know. Nansai desu ka? Desu ka. Desu ka. Just add des is. Desu ka is what? I'm uncomfortable with there not being a question mark. I did not know that. I'd not considered that.
There's also no breaks in their sentences.
Yeah, I noticed that. There's also, like, not really any spaces in between their words either. Romance languages like Spanish, age is not asked by saying, how old are you? Directly translated in Spanish, people say, how many years do you have? Yeah. Yeah, I did know that. What age are you is a valid phrase in English, but how old are you is a more natural and common. So it's a rough but valid translation. Age are you is a valid phrase in English, but how old are you is more natural and common. So it's rough but valid. Okay. Now answering that question is a tad more difficult. To do so successfully, you need to know how to say different numbers in Japanese. I'm sure you will learn these at a later date. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I can count to 10.
I'm proud of you.
We've been practicing.
We have been practicing, actually.
I go to bed. Each Nissan yawn. Mostly because I had to the yawn. I had to remember the yawn too because otherwise I kept saying she, which is technically correct, but also
It's
evil.
correct.
Okay, so like
Yeah,
we've been
this-
watching way too much. Look. We've been watching so much fucking One Piece, bro. There's 2 characters who laugh like she. One says dada she, dada she, and the other one's just like she.
I think he starts with a he. It's like
She. Anyways,
One Piece is known for its laughs.
yeah, their laughs are hilarious. Oh god, what was it? I'm trying to remember Eva's. Hi, what is it? Hee haw, hee haw.
Yeehaw, motherfucker.
In written Japanese, you can use the same digits you're familiar with in English. 18, 21, 30, and so on. What do you mean, and so on?
And so on is my favorite.
Over that is just old, apparently. I might as well be like him. Fucking bald and bearded.
19, yeah.
Let's say you're 21. Oh, wow. When someone asks you how old you are, you would say 21 say this. 21 say this. That's exactly how I would say it. 21 say this. That's all there is to it. Nan say desu ka? Nan say desu ka? How old are you? 21 say this. Thank you for listening to an
Some of
old
the
man.
things
As
I
for
do.
how old I am, I'm not telling you. Ah ha ha ha. I obtained a ramune and bonus points. I don't know what the bonus points are for. Can I use them to level up?
Probably something at the end.
Many moons, I nay. I am just a humble merchant from the swamp. Arr. Okay. Well, we've got some extra moonies, probably. Hold on. Can we do anything with the moonies? Quests. 4. Greetings. Cleared. Oh, fuck. Oh, we got an apron? Hell yeah. Coffee. And... Okay, wait. What's the apron for? Is it better than this? I don't know anything about the apron. Oh, it is better. Okay. I'm gonna put that on Eric, since he seems to be attacked the most. Eric's gonna wear an apron. Oh wait, I gotta turn off Spotify. This is really hurting my ears. That was really annoying. Why didn't you say something, dude? Alright, let's go sell this leather thingy. Armor, leather vest. 892. Can we buy anything else? We could buy another buckler or a baseball cap. We'll just give everybody a +2. Let's give Eric... No. Let's give everybody a buckler. No, not everybody. Just whoever can... Not... By buckler, clearly I don't mean buckler. I mean baseball cap, obviously. Not even sure why I said buckler. Let's give it to... Eric and... Eric and Misaki. She's gonna look great in a baseball cap. Alright. Time to go. Hello again, what would you like to do? We would like to continue with... Wait. Continue new lessons? How was your day in town? You must be ready to continue. Have you completed any side quests yet? When you completed side quests, you'll earn bonus points. See this crystal next to me? Well, I do now. This is your bonus crystal. You can spend your bonus points here. Talk to the crystal and you can exchange 10 bonus points to level up your characters, making them stronger. This is a good idea if you're having difficulty with battles. It's up to you if you want to use the points or not. If you don't want to use this feature, you can make your characters less damage in battle by buying them new armor. Each character can equip 3 pieces of armor, 1 piece of... I mean, what if you think I've been doing this whole time? Explore the world map and travel to our next destination. Head north out of town to view the world map. We'll want to visit Sunnyvale Farm next. Okay. Should I just... Only 20 bonus points cost 10 bonus points to add 1 level to your party. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. We're so strong now. Oh my god, we should go to the inn. Fuck. Yeah. Also, I found out this out recently. French still uses an old base minus 20 counting system for numbers above 69, so 70 is technically 60 plus 10. 80 is technically 40. 4 times 20, and 90 is 4 times 20 plus 10. I won't say nothing. I'm not saying nothing. I'm not
You
saying
want
nothing.
to snitch?
Hmm?
You want to snitch? Yeah, French fucking sucks with numbers. It is horrible.
Oh, fuck. Not where I meant to go. I meant to go to Sunnyvale Farm, obviously. We're going to a farm. Oh no, we're gonna get caught in this storm. No, I can't get these clothes wet. They're too valuable. What? No one cares about your clothes. Jeez. Everyone, look over there. Chickens. Horses. There's a farmhouse up ahead. I bet we could take shelter there. What are we waiting for? Let's go. What do you mean? You are the one who literally told me to come here. Let's go to the farm. Oh crap, it's raining. Ooh, what if we go to the farmhouse to get out of the rain? Okay. Hold on. Zé.
I'm proud of him. I am
So, Z.
proud.
And J. Zay. Zay. Answer. We're gonna go with G. Okay. Nice. Nice. Damn. Nice. I'm gonna be able to handle that. Okay, so we are gonna fight against them again. We've got Zoo and Zay. Zay again. Yeah, we could do Zay again, it's fine. And yeah, we could do Zoo. Wait, no. Yeah, let's do Zoo. There we go. Nice. Cool, cool, cool. Alright. And here is our little chesty thingy. Chesty thingy. 3 antidotes. Fabulous. Which is good because we're constantly getting poisoned by these letters.
Is that sarcasm?
Yes. She and Say.
Maybe it's... Ooh, depending on how
She
old this is.
and
Some
Say.
RPG maker games start giving you resources just before you start making them.
I don't think this one is like that.
Maybe not.
I feel like this one's very focused on learning. I like it. I'm having a good time though. This chest. It's important. Iron knuckles. Is that not what I'm currently using? I'm gonna be so mad. It is what we're currently using. Oh, great, 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 fabulous. So glad we spent the money on that. Well, we could have got it for free. Oh, to be fair, we're fine. We're fine. Sa and she. Sa, she. There's an ad break starting in about 45 seconds, so I appreciate you guys hanging around. Yeah. This is exactly why we outfitted Eric. There you go. For some reason, game likes to pick on him. Hold on, let's go ahead and have... Do they have any... support? No, they don't. Leon, why do you suck? They don't have any. Okay, so we're gonna go with Misaki You should probably heal yourself. Actually, heal Eric. Yeah, it's fine. And then heal yourself. And then Eric again. Yeah, why not? There we go.
I've just been really enjoying watching you play though. That I don't care about streaming anymore.
Ga. Ku. O. Answer. Ga.
The ropes in the chat for anyone.
Ku. And O. Go with O, sure. No, not O. Ku probably. Yeah, she's gonna need a little backup. Nice. Nice. Oh, destroyed. Ah, damn it. Nice. They're weaker. Sue and say. Okay. Nice. Nice. The combat's not crazy. We're having a good time.
Actually, it's great for like recognition.
Heavy coat. Ooh. Let's give a heavy coat to... Who needs it right now? Let's give it to Claire. Leon.
Neon. Oh,
Leon's
Kennedy
funny.
from Resident Evil.
Leon's funny. Eric is strong. Misaki is our teacher, and Claire is me, I guess. That's who I keep calling myself. Let's see. In wacky shit, I just found out about Danish numbers. They're worse than French. In French, 93 is 4 times 20 plus 13. In Danish, 93 is 3 plus... What? What? Oh, do you want to hear something crazy? You want to hear something crazy, Sims? I'm going to tell you a secret. I'm going to tell you a secret. Learn the Japanese numbers, okay? I want you to learn the Japanese numbers. And then, I want you to look at a calendar. I want you to look at a calendar and tell me the days. The number days. Because names, the numbers are not the same as the days on the calendar. They're not the same.
Yeah. And you know what you're counting depends on what.
Za and Zu. Yeah, the name of the thing changes based on what it is you're counting. If you're counting days, it's different. Damn it, Leon.
If you're counting farm animals, it's also different. Counting how many people you killed yesterday, different.
Alright, let's have Claire support Leon. Twice, there we go. Oh my goodness, we made it to the farm. Let's touch this horse. Aw, man, I wanted to touch the horse. Gakuo. We're not really gonna need anything outside of that. Oops. I answered that completely wrong, I think. Oh no, I didn't. I'm good. I used to do Taekwondo, Korean martial arts, and from that I learned that Korea has two different counting systems, a Chinese derived one and a native Korean one. Ah. Oof. What happened here? Oh, she didn't hit it very hard. Unless I clicked the wrong button. Well, I agree that Ku was fucked, yeah? I want to talk to the horse. Horse, let me talk to you. Chicken, let me talk to you. Scarecrow, let me talk to you. Oh, fucking whatever. I'll just go in this building then, I guess. Ah, it's locked. No, let me try. It's no good. We're trapped outside forever. Fucking drama queen. Jeez, it's just rain. Guys, start looking around for a key. Surely whoever lived here kept the spare key stashed. Lived here? Do you think they don't live here anymore? They've still got animals and crops. Good thinking. Check in barrels or crates, something like that. The thing is I just went around here. I bet it's gonna be in that fucking barrel. I'm gonna be so mad. No. 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 No, don't do this to me. Don't. It's gonna be in that fucking barrel, isn't it? It's in the chicken. Fuck. Okay, G, and Zo. G, and Zo. G, and Zo. G, and Zo. Stop picking on Leon now. Oh my gosh. Eric is poisoned. He got poisoned by G. Is it a long-term status effect? Is it still on him? Was it just a one-time thing? I don't think he has a status effect. Okay, I'm so mad. This is where it's gonna be 100%. G and so again. Poison ink. Okay, I'm actually poisoned now. Okay. So pretty good fighting. Like, it's not too bad for combat. I don't think so. And like, you can tell it's getting increasingly more difficult. G and Joe are fucking ruthless. Support. Nope. Answer. G. Support. Bless. Answer. Zo. Answer. G. Okay. Oh, are you kidding me? Now we get to find out if that's a permanent status effect. It does not look like status. It does not look like it, because that's good. It's just a status effect while in combat. Okay, we have Zo, or Zo, Zo, Za, and Su. Zo, Za, and Su. Alright. It's poisoned. Oh no, but oh fuck, Eric, dude. Okay, answer Z. No, Za. Support. Bless. Eric. Answer. Za. Answer. Za. Okay, alright, we'll bless Eric out of combat. My dad is baking crescent rolls and oh my god, they smell so good. Oh, lucky. That sounds delicious. Let us go ahead and skill, Misaki, bless, bless Eric. There we go. We have the option, technically. I swear to God. Ooh, I knew it. So mad about that. Anyways. We will go back to town and then come back because we are running low on health here. G. G. Zo. G. Zo. Okay. Why you guys keep fucking with Eric? What did Eric do to you guys?
He's got blue hair, it's too bright.
Right? They're like looking at him going like, he's clearly the protagonist.
If they kill him, we win.
I know, right? Like, I have him in so much shit to try and, like, protect him. I need to get... I should have some more money now from those battles. I need to buy something for fucking Eric. Oh my god, I cannot believe this. Why do they keep hitting Eric so hard? Heavy coat. Traveler's cloak. Eric is already wearing something heavier. Dude. We'll get him a wide brim hat. A buckler. Oh my god. Okay, so we just need to go around and get him the best of the best shit. Okay? We're not getting him this heavy coat. No, 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 no. We're gonna get him a buckler. Hold on. I gotta take my medicine. Take your nighttime meds. Take your nighttime meds.
This is a reminder. Take my nighttime meds.
I'm taking them. Thank God. Take your meds if you haven't taken your meds. Okay. We're spending so much money trying to protect Eric for no reason. I kind of just want him to pass out and just drag him around, you know? That'd be hilarious. Ugh, I don't want to fucking spend so much money on upgrading Super Him. But I need to. If I don't, he's gonna pass out. That's too expensive. Let's go with the buckler. He doesn't have this. Why is he so targeted? I don't know. Weapon Rexy. Also, I don't know where I'm. I mean, I got married. I can only really have 2 pets on stream. Or not, who's 1 pet on stream.
You still got the stuff to like activate Rexy again. It's
Just don't really want to. And honestly, the thing is like it's just more program stuff that I gotta pull up, and it was getting me to the point. Yeah, I was slowing down the computer. It was starting to really fucking annoy me. That's originally what did it. Is he was pissing me off. Misaki. That's not what she's wearing. Heavy coat. Oh, we can sell that, right? Now, got the buckler on Eric. We can get the heavy coat on Eric now. He's currently wearing the chef's apron. We can put the heavy coat on him. And then we can put... Let's put the chef's apron on Leon. Because he was starting to get hit a bit in that last battle.
He was.
See if we can afford anything else. I mean, we can. Okay, that's what she's got. Okay, so weapons-wise, we can't afford any better weapons, but we can afford better other things. So, buckler, Leon, Claire don't have the buckler.
What would you do if I just came over there and took a bite out of your cheek? Just
I would be cheekless.
Oh no.
Claire and Leon. We get
We
two.
have at least one.
I would be one cheekless.
Yippee!
And then we can sell the pot lids to this guy. Sell. I know. This is like a riveting content.
Honestly, yeah. It is.
I'm having a good time.
I am riveted. It is like...
What?
It's so useful.
Baseball cap. Who still needs a baseball cap? Leon, let's get Leon a baseball cap.
This is a fantastic use of RPG Maker.
I know. I'm learning.
Yeah. There's so many, like, garbage games in RPG Maker. informative learning-based game. Perfect.
Phantasmal. Let's go. Back to the farm. We have the key now, so... Oops. That was a horrible mistake. Look, 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 look. They want me to go north. Right? North. But then when I go out here, if I'm still holding north, it just puts me back in the village. Alright, I'll go around then. Go to the farm. Okay, it's raining again. Oh no, crazy how it's been raining for so many days. Huh? Okay, Sue and Se are on the prowl. I am trying, like, whenever I do see them, I'm trying to say them out loud as fast as I can to challenge myself. They did really well that round. We did good. Oh yeah. Much better. So now I feel like we're gonna go into this farm now. And somebody's gonna live here. Be like, how the fuck did you break into my house? She say za. Nice. Fight, say, and za. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm so glad that I gave them more protection. Much better. Go in, somebody's gonna live here, guaranteed. You're like, what the fuck are you doing in my house? Oh no, it is abandoned. How? Sure it beats being in the rain though. It looks like whoever lived here made a speedy getaway when the Hiragana warriors invaded. This place is completely deserted. I think you're right. We should take a look around anyway. Books. Books. Anything here? No. Anything here? No. Anything here? No. Book. Book. No. Book. No. Book. No. Zay Su. Okay. Su. Zay. Su. Oh, I like the little background there too. I didn't even notice that before. Oh no, Miss. Oh, she's fine now. She'll be fine. She'll be alright. I don't think she keeps that. I have to check again for the status effects. Oh, she's fine. Okay. Wait, what is this? Can I tell what this is? Can I jump down this hole? Can I break through this wall? Is there anything in there? Nope. Okay, just walking around, just checking. You never know. Could be anything. Sa-shi. Sa-shi. Hiragana hack. Oh no. Still, if you look at their health, overall their health is doing way better. So I am very glad we took the time to go back to town and figure that out. Why does this look like I can interact with it? She say za. Okay. Okay. Za. Okay. Nobody got the weasel this time. Oh. Misaki, they are targeting you a lot today. Let's give an antidote to her. And she's going to answer sick. And he's going to answer Za. He's also going to answer Za.
Oh, that was a lot of damage.
They've leveled up and still not gained any support abilities. We've got beds! 2 beds! Okay, apparently they're nothing. Another locked door. Here, try the same key we found before. Nope, doesn't work. Oh boy, I have a bad feeling about this. I'm gonna double back and try the front door. And now we're trapped. It's locked again. Completely trapped. Stay calm, Leon. There will be another key around. Start searching. Check all the crates and barrels first. Actually, hold on. Wait a minute. I want to check something. I don't know. Okay, question. Do you guys want to take a small break to watch the Nintendo Direct? Now, I'm legitimately asking because I'm having a good time just playing the game, and I would love to continue just playing the game. But I also know that some people might also want to watch the Nintendo Direct, and I don't mind pausing if it's something that you guys want. But if I'm not hearing like a, ooh, we should all watch it, then I'm just going to keep playing the game, so. You don't mind either way? Okay. Anybody else?
I don't mind either way either.
Okay, I'm just going to keep playing then, because, alright. I actually really am enjoying this game. I just, like, I know that Kuma said something about it being at midnight. It's midnight now for me. And it also says another reason is like, because it says specifically Nintendo Nintendo of America. And I honestly have never seen Nintendo of Australia. And I'd be interested in seeing that one maybe. I'm not sure what the difference is. But I'm here now, so it interests me. There has to be a key somewhere. Okay, we're looking for a key. Is it here? No. Is it here? No. Is it here where I have all these places I've clicked and checked before? No. 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 There's a Centric in the chat. Alright, we've got So and Sa. So and Sa. So and Sa. The difference is just the announcer. I know that whenever they announced the update for Animal Crossing, the Animal Crossing update for the what was it called? The pier thingy that they did? The hotel, right? When there was a difference kind of in like what was being previewed. So if you were to look at what they showed off in the Nintendo of America hotel preview, and then you watch the Nintendo of Australia hotel preview, they showed different things. Yeah. But like, if I find out there's something interesting in the America one, I'd probably watch what I'm interested in the American one, and then also watch the Australia one. Just for more information. Is it in the bed? Is it in the bed? Nope. I mean, I guess I could check the fucking bookshelves again. Yep. Su, se. I'm learning. The thing is like, I'm sitting here saying things like, oh damn, I can't believe I fucking ran into the enemy again. And that's just in general. You know, it's gonna suck when you run into the enemy because you gotta stop to fight instead of do the quest thingy. But like, I'm learning, so like it's not as bad. It's not as bad. And look, I'm getting stronger, so it's easier to kill them now. There you go. Piece of paper. It says, I am unclean. Please wash me. Okay. Is it a dish? Huh? I don't get it. Unclean. Wash me. Maybe it's a clue. Where would you wash something that's unclean? In the sink. Sure, there's one around here. Let's search. Okay. Za and Zu. Trying to go based on initial reactions. Dish my speed. See, this one is gonna be a lot easier for me because I've already done a lot of practicing with Hiragana. I'm kind of nervous about katakana. I have like nothing. I know it did. It sounded so bad.
Please wash me.
Dirty. so sad. Sosa. Like Sammy Sosa. Haha. Kill him, Eric. There you go. I was thinking that somebody probably left a dish in there. Hey, there's another piece of paper stuck in the drain. Let's see. My spine is bent, but I am not hurt. I know many words, but I cannot speak. Ages have passed, but my wisdom is this new. Find me, and I'll pass on a thing or two. A book in the bookshelf. Or there's books up there. I doubt it's those. It could be a book. Wow. Leon's dumb. Mikasa's just like, no. He's like, maybe it's a chair. She's like, no. I was like, no. Leon's like, or what's his name? Eric. Nope. I think I've just named this guy Eric randomly. Sheesh. Has to be a book, right? My thoughts exactly. Let's look for it. It is Eric. Okay, I'm not losing my mind. Okay. Yika-e. Yika-e. Leon can just hit you again, I guess. We're learning Japanese here. We are learning Japanese in here. Well, at least we're learning Hiragana. Which is important. It's important to learn the foundations. We've got this game, which helps teach us hiragana, and then we have another game that teaches us katakana, and then we have another game that teaches us kanji, and I can't wait, honestly. I'm having a good time. Like, we've already been at this for almost 4 hours, and I feel like I'm fucking going forever. Alright, sa, su, so, sa, su, so, and sa again, I guess. There we go. See? Look at us learning. I heard writing Japanese sort of different beast altogether. I have, yeah, okay. So whenever we're learning, whenever they teach us a new lesson, new hiragana lesson, they recommend writing it down. And so I've been writing it in a notebook, and I've been writing each of the hiragana characters 10 times. And when I'm done with this, I'm going to be taking a picture of my notebook and posting it in the Discord for all of you to laugh at, because it's terrible.
It's glorious.
It's
amazing.
It's
it is
awful.
Fantastic. It is it is what you need to do to learn to write.
Awaken. Oh, okay, somebody falls asleep, I guess. So read the book. Different book. Different book. This book looks a bit out of place. Aha! Look, there's a key pressed between the pages. Obtain rusty key. Time to get out of here. Okay. Z. Su. Nope, Ze. Su. See, I'm glad. But the thing is I only got that. Because I realized that Z wasn't a thing, it was G, and I knew that that wasn't G. Ze. Su. I'm disappointed in myself. I shouldn't be so hard on myself, but I'm not very good at, like... I was doing so well. I was 100%. Who are you talking to? I can't see anyone else in chat. Ow? You don't see ow in chat? You don't see ow?
Well, it might be a glitch. You might need a refresh.
Ow says Ow's here. Ow says I'm here. You might want to refresh. Like maybe
There's some main character syndrome Sims.
yeah.
Other people
I am the only one here. Thank you very much. Excuse me. Yeah, no. Who are you talking to? If it's not me, then I'm sorry. I don't see anybody else. I hope you didn't have Owl blocked. That'd be so sad. Because Owl's such a sweetie.
It's probably a Twitch issue. Could be an
Yeah.
extension thing. If you have like 7.
But yeah, the 7 thing was always fucking with mine. It was at one point I think I had an extension involved, and it wouldn't even let me type in chat. There was like not even the bar that's where you can type the message. Zoza, see. That. See. Ah, whatever. I had to quit the app entirely. Oh, damn. Yeah. There you go. You can see each other now. So that's good.
Now,
Oh no. Spoils. We're gonna be able to afford so much good armor later. Okay. Wow, that's a large ship. Phew, I bet we could travel just about anywhere with that. Anywhere. This gives me an idea. Let's go to Japan! Oh, what are you thinking? I wonder if we could visit a place I like to call Japan. Whoa, could we? The ship could definitely be big enough. The ship would definitely be enough to take us there. However, we still have work to do here. We can't leave the country with so many Hiragana warriors roaming free. That's a good point. So what do we do? Let's return to Snowleaf Village for today. I'll come up with more lessons and continue to teach you. One day we'll be ready to sail the ship to Japan. When we get there, I can show you so many wonderful things. Bruh, we've known each other for like a week maybe. But sure, let's go to Japan together. Looks like a tiny ship to me. I know. Look, there's only 4 of them. It's probably big for 4 people. Also, look at this tent. This tent looks very small, doesn't it? You can go inside. Actually, yeah, you would kind of want... I guess the ship is about the size of this block here, which would mean that... Oh god, it would be such a small ship. Ghostly, what are you doing? How you doing? I am going to go pee really quick, and I'll be right back, because I want to keep playing this, but I have to pee, and, like, I'm uncomfortable. So, I'll be right back.
So how's everyone doing? Welcome back. We're doing amazing.
Okay, I see. Hopefully the ship's cleaner than the last apartment you were in before meeting Tristan, otherwise we're gonna have issues. Well, yeah. It has been 84 years. I would say where have you been, but honestly I kind of disappeared off the face of the planet for a while, didn't I? That's because I was moving to Australia. You know how hard that is? It takes so long to walk here.
It's at least a day.
That's fantastic, Sims. I know you're excited. Good, you guys. Good. You know where I've been? All over the interwebs. Hanging out with tooth fairies. Tooth fairies? It's either tooth fairies or Asamis. Pretty sure tooth fairies go for you. Keeping the fox from walking up cliffs. Yep. Oh, she's not a tooth fairy anymore. That's right, I forgot. She was a tooth fairy. She's been demoted. No teeth for her. Okay, let's see. What can we get? She got fired because she was. She probably got fired because she was stealing teeth and keeping them in her basement. That's not what you're supposed to do with them. Alright, let's see what we got here. Heavy coat. Anybody need this? Misaki could use it. Now everybody could use that. Heavy coat. Oh, buddy. Let's see. Let us get 2 of these. 1 of these. Let's get 1 of these. Give it to Misaki. Then we'll take whatever Misaki is wearing. Sell that. Thank you for the headband. Aww. I love headband. It's so nice. So cozy. And nuggies, lucky me. What is it? It's 12:31 in the morning. I was thinking, could I eat nuggies right now? No, it's too late. It's too late for me to actually eat nuggies. So we got these things. Oh my god. So we got this stuff to make Berkshire muesli, which actually reminds me we need to actually soak some muesli tonight in some apple juice. We're gonna be making our own Berkshire muesli. You have an OC now. I don't smell like a baka. You smell like a baka. What is it? What is so many noise that's happening right now? Oh, right. What is your OC? Is it Ghosty Boy? Ghostly Zenko. Are you a ghost? That'd be cool. Good. Yes. Rude. Imagine if this game was scary. I mean, it was kind of scary. We did just get out of a haunted house, yeah? Kind of. Space Cowboy. Hold on. I know a Space Cowboy. What is his name? Cowboy Bebop? Is that the one?
Yeah, Cowboy Bebop is a space cowboy.
Wonder, you can't just jump in and say you want to be a ghost.
No,
That feels like it's got some really dark connotations to it, Wanderer. Show a silly fan lore that Clara kidnapped you because she thought I was an actual ghost. That's kind of adorable, though. Baseball cap? Everybody got a baseball cap? Not Claire. Claire don't have a baseball cap. Let's get Claire a baseball cap. Everybody's gonna be fucking poor. Everybody's wearing. This is a really weird outfit, I think. I will haunt my ACH friends when I am ghost. Fair enough. Actually, speaking of which, I need to befriend you again. I'm currently working on a new island that I am calling Tricocore. Tricocore or Heartblossom debut core, because I debut. Oh, for those of you who are new here or have not yet heard the news, we are having on August 1st a new model debut. Both of us are getting brand new models that I did not make. We actually commissioned and had 2 beautiful, wonderful artists work on these models, and they're gorgeous and fantastic and beautiful, and I love them, and I can't wait to show you guys, and I can't wait to use them, and I was so fucking excited about them. Anyway, so I can't wait to you guys. But anyway, so right now we have been trying to prepare debut stuff, because it's not just a debut, it's going off into a week-long subathon after that. So subathon things, and one of the things we want to do during the subathon is have an Animal Crossing scavenger hunt type thing, which is super fun. But I don't have an island because I kept I deleted my island, and then I was like, and then I forgot that I deleted my island, and now I'm like, fuck, I need an island. So I made an island, and now I'm like trying to rush through it and make it as tricocore as possible. So it'll be really cute. We have a cute island to show off, walk around in during the thing, and then have a little scavenger hunt. And I think it'd be fun, you know. I'm just excited about it. I'm really, really excited. Yeah, and you're also redoing your island. Yeah, mine's totally redone. Mine's like from scratch. But yeah, I've got some good villagers coming along. It's nice. It's just a debut-a-thon, not a birthday debut-a-thon. Right, it is not. In fact, it's not a birthday debut-a-thon. It is a debut-a-thon, but it is also our wedding anniversary. August 1st is the day that Tristan and I got married, which is why we chose that day as the day for our debut. So it is our anniversary debut-a-thon. Look, I can't just have a random debut in the middle of fucking nowhere. I have to have another significant day behind it. Okay, it's either a birthday, yeah, wedding anniversary debut-a-thon. Exactly, give us money. Look, it has been almost a year.
It has
so
almost
excited.
been a year.
It's gonna be a good time. I'm so excited. I'm so fucking excited, dude. You guys don't even know. Like it took me a while to get to the point where it's like streaming again because every single time I looked over at my model, I'm like, I fucking hate this model. I made it and I hate everything about it. Look at it. Like I logged off, and my face looked like this. And I was like, what the fuck is wrong with this model, dude? Yeah, it's awesome though. Like the thing is, and it's felt like the time is the first two things. One, it feels like we've been together forever because I'm just that fucking comfortable with him. But also it feels like time has just flown by. So I don't know how it can be both that time has flown by and I feel like it's been forever, but it is, and I am just I'm every day so incredibly happy. You know, we still go on dates. You know, we've been going on dates in the morning. We went to the grocery store this morning and picked up some stuff so we can make some healthy breakfast because we're trying to be healthy together. And we're trying to, we have goals. We've got savings accounts. I'm in another country. Like, shit's fucking weird. But I love it. I love it. I'm having the best time of my life. I really fucking am. And when the new model's coming up, oh my god, you're gonna love them. Okay, so we share. So you know how like there are not many VTuber couples. There are not many VTuber couples, like point blank, not many VTuber couples. But the VTuber couples that are out there, generally they've got like different artists that worked on their models, you know, and we have the same artists so that they are in the same style and everything. And they look amazing. They look
They are
amazing.
fantastic.
And on top of that, we also commissioned some art with it that we call the Heartblossom Smash Splash, right? Because it is in splash style artwork like you would find in like one of those gacha games where you get like the characters and everything, and it shows off like, I will say there are weapons involved in this artwork, okay? I have a massive hammer. Tristan has a fucking sniper rifle, okay? I need you guys to be aware. It looks fucking cool, but I can't show you right now because it shows off our new outfits. Yes, there are new outfits. I just, look, you have no idea how much it's killing me having to wait for this debut to show you guys because I'm so
She's
fucking
been
excited.
wanting to like show off to so many different people, but it's like, no, wait.
It is, isn't it? Sniper rifle was 100% Tristan core. It really
I'm even a
is.
sniper in the game right now.
Yeah.
Playing right now.
I'm just super excited. I'm super excited. Where am I going? Ah, Wanderer's purple now. She's decided, fuck orange. I'm purple now.
I think she was blue.
Oh really?
Yeah, dark blue.
She changed her her badge too, because before it said watching without audio, and I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure she's watching with audio. What are we doing now? What is the goal? Is it? Oh, right, because we were gonna need to learn more things. Oh my gosh. Okay, all right. I think we're good on the zoos and the shoes and everything. Time to learn more. What would you like to do? Let's continue with our new lessons. Let's fucking go. I think we will make this next section. It's longest sections. Okay, they're longish sections. We did since now. Yeah. Okay. So I think we're gonna make this next section our last section for today. So we did the vowels. That was our first section. The second section was the ka and ga. The third section was very long. It included learning new phrases. It included learning new words. It included learning about foods and drinks and different ways to say hello, goodbye, good night, good morning, which see if we can remember konnichiwa, konbanwa, and ohayo gozaimasu, and sayonara. Yeah, I'm excited. That's great. That's fantastic. What day is it? It's Wednesday? You're off on a Wednesday? You know, I'm not even going to question it. I'm glad you can watch. That's fantastic.
It's really nice.
Okay,
to see
continue with
people
new
you couldn't
lessons.
watch before watch now.
Yay! Anyways, okay. Let's carry on with the next lesson. Yay. It's time to learn our next set of Hiragana characters. Okay, I gotta get my notebook. Remember, I'm writing this down 10 times each, and for every each, I will be sharing my beautiful handwriting in the Discord once I'm done for you guys to laugh at. I'm not writing any of the ones that have the Dakuten. I'm not writing those double. I just know that it would be the same thing, but with Dakuten. It's time to learn the next set of Hiragana characters. There's 5 new characters to learn in this lesson. Let me guess. Say by guess. Ta? It's ta. I think it's the ta and the da. We'll go through each character individually and teach you how to write it and pronounce it. At the end of this chapter, we'll have a quiz to do your best. Okay. Oh, look! It's ta, chi, tsu, te, and to. Also, if you look at this tsu character here, tsu, right here, this one that looks like a sideways U, there's a, you have to keep an eye on it, because if it's normal size, it's tsu. If it's a tiny tsu, then it means that it's doubling the consonant in the next word. So if it's like mate, M-A-T-T-E, it would be the symbol for ma, this tiny tsu, and then the symbol for te, which would be this motherfucker right here.
Yeah. But it's typically like half the size of the rest
Yeah,
of the
it's really small. But sometimes it's hard to tell. Like because like especially if you don't know, we had to look it up because I didn't understand why it was saying that it was pronounced like mate, but I was like, but it says matsute. I'm so confused. So you have to learn little things like that. Okay. These characters follow a pattern of a, I, U, E, O. First exception is chi, which starts with a C instead of a T. Sound adds a soft sh sound. The second exception is tsu, which adds an S sound and is pronounced with less emphasis on the T. Tsu. There's an ad break that starts in a minute, guys. Thank you for your patience. But I am going to continue on with this because it's mostly just writing. You'll hear good examples of how to voice these syllables as we continue. Here's our first new character. Ta. Easy. How did I remember this one? Because it looks like a T and it looks like I started to write an A and gave up. Yep, that's how I remembered it. It literally looks like the word ta. Ta. Let's see, what's the stroke order? Across, down, that, and that. Okay. Okay, I want to check it again because I just want to make sure. Across, down, across, and across. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Some tips: tilt the top horizontal line properly, the shape on the right is almost like a small cove. Yeah. Okay. Do-do-do-do. I'm writing it 10 times so you guys can laugh at me later. Not really.
Late.
I'm writing it 10 times so I can practice writing it and hopefully get better. That's why. The laughing at me is just the fun part. I do eventually want to get better at it though. That's why I'm practicing. This is the easy part though. You know, this is the easy part. Because next I'm going to have to get into katakana, which I haven't tried yet. I haven't really focused on katakana much at all. And I'm going to have to know when to use katakana versus hiragana. And then kanji, which is going to be new beast. Oh my god, I literally sat there and watched this guy on YouTube who is a calligrapher. I guess he's a calligrapher, and I just watched him write 80 kanji that first graders know. They teach first graders. And it's just, I tried to write it out myself, and then I took a picture of it and put it on Google Translate just to make sure it was registering me. No. So bad. It was so bad. I tried. I really did, though. Alright, continue lesson. Next character. Chi. Okay. So this is Chi. The way that I wrote this is I would see it's got a letter B. It kind of looks like the letter B in here, like a lowercase b. I would write Chi. I would like line down Chi B. So like a chibi, because it's so cute. So that's how I remembered how to write Chi is Chi B, because it looks like a B.
Chi.
Chi. Cross and Chi B. This is easier. Okay. I wrote it. Chi. Easy peasy. Continue lesson. Ready for next character? Chi. This one's a little harder. You wouldn't think these would be harder, but they are. Chi. Feels like it's so specific. Like, you gotta have... Otherwise, it's just like a loop back sideways, right? It's not simply a loop. Like, it's not simply just like a sideways U. But it is, but it's not. But it is, but it's not. See, it goes down a little bit, and then it goes across. And it's written in one stroke. Start with a fairly straight line at the top, then curve accordingly. Okay. And this is so bad. Oh, yep. This is where everybody's going to laugh at me. It looks like a half a potato. This looks terrible. Okay. Curve accordingly. Exactly. Exactly. So thanks for the tip.
How
That's
far is
easy.
accordingly?
Tez easy. And how did I remember this? It looks like a T. It looks like a T. That's all it is. How did I remember it being te? I don't know.
It's a T.
I don't know. It's a T.
It's a T. It's a T that let itself go. It's a bit curvy.
Yeah, it's a T. T sounds like te. Te. I did that. Start with a straight but tilted line at the top. Mine's not tilted. Continue for the next character. Toe. Okay, toe is easy for me too. Ready? See, it looks like this is a finger here, and it is pointing down at a toe. like imagine there's a foot attached to this, right? That is the toe. And it's pointing directly at it. Toe. For some reason, that makes it really easy for me to draw it. Let's just draw a toe and point at it. Makes it kind of flat on the bottom, like curved on the top and flat on the bottom, like it's a toe. Like it's sitting on the ground because it's your foot. You see? You see it. You know. You get it. It looks like a something in Hebrew which makes a zzz, zzz, sound. Zzz, zzz, zzz. Take your word for it.
と
Let's practice writing it. Go. Is that it? Is that all 5 ones? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Oh crap. My stroke order's off. Nope. I have decided that this stroke order is wrong, and my way is more correct. You draw the toe first, then point at it. It's okay. Okay. Like that? Like the T Z at the end? Ertz. I don't know. Yeah, I've decided that this is look, I've decided I am professional Japanese lady now, and the stroke order for I'm petitioning to draw the toe first and then point at it. Yeah. Before we continue, would you like to save your progress? Yes, of course. Our friend the Dakuten has returned, and he's gonna make everything sound like duh. We can use Dakuten in our newly learned Ta series. Adding Dakuten to the characters, we learn to transform the sound from T to D. And it's going to sound like this, okay? It's going to sound like Ta. And it's not Chi. It's G. Weirdly. If I'm not mistaken, it's G. Unless it's Ju. Or both G and Ju. Actually, I don't remember. Okay. I'll go through the 5 new characters, show you what they become. Okay. Da. Easy peasy. Da. No, we're good. We understand da. G. See? G. You pronounce this as G. This character is an exception in this set. It's not a D syllable, and yes, it's the same sound as G. It's similar, but it's different. But it's this, it's, I don't think people are going to really notice if you're just speaking it. But one is softer, and one is harder. It says it's the same sound. It's different, but it's the same. I'll die on this hill. Anyways. Character G is not used commonly like G, so when you need to write a word with a G sound, always use G unless you specifically know to use G for that word. Okay. Write G as normal and add your Dakuten marks in the position shown above. Okay. Do you want me to pronounce it again? No. G. Practice writing G in your notebook now. I could be completely wrong. What the fuck do I know? This is Z. See? Z. I was right about them both. Z. And yes, it's the same sound as Z. Okay. The character Z is not used commonly like Z. So when you need to write a word with Z, always use Z, unless you specifically know to use Z for that word. Write Z as normal and then add your Dakuten marks in the position in the image above. Do you want me to pronounce it again? Z? No. Practice writing Z in your notebook now. No. This is de. You pronounce this as de, right? De. Te as normal on the edge of jackets and marks and the position shown above. Do you want me to pronounce it again? No. Practice writing de in your notebooks now.
Do.
This is do. You pronounce it as do. Right? To as normal on the edge of jackets and marks and the position shown in the image above.
Do.
Do you want me to pronounce it again? No. In this lesson, you've learned a total of 10 new hiragana. We're going to move straight on to special lesson. The lesson will give you a few quick pointers on correct Japanese pronunciation. Okay, I'm putting my notebook away. Will I need index cards? I don't know. We'll find out. We learned 2 things last time that we needed to write down, which was asking about how old someone was. Something I hate because I'm trying to learn the Hebrew alphabet. There are final versions of letters that already exist. So blank makes the, whatever that's called, makes the end sound, but also makes the end sound, but it's only used at the end of words. It sounds wonderful. It sounds great. Hey, babe.
Honey,
When you get a chance, can you give me some water, please?
I can get you some water in a chance.
Yeah. Okay. You don't have to get me a chance. I just need water.
No. In a chance.
I'm so sorry. We're both suffering on the learning other alphabets. All right. Quick pointers on correct Japanese pronunciation. Sounds good. Would you like to save your progress? Of course I would. Saving's good. Save often. You obtain study guide for. Use this for items we need to quickly revise this lesson. Fabulous. Will do. In this lesson, we'll be covering pronunciation. As you've learned so far, each hiragana character has at least just one distinct pronunciation. This is great for us because it helps us to easily read words. Yes, there are a couple little rules to keep in mind, and these come into play when we see double vowels and double consonant. Okay, yeah, like EA. We'll cover double vowels first. A double vowel or long vowel occurs whenever there are 2 hiragana vowels next to each other. Like EA. A. Literally. A. O. 2 hiragana vowels next to each other. Double vowel or long vowel. A. These can be 2 of the same vowel, like OO, or 2 different vowels, like EI. When you see this, you pronounce it by drawing out the length of the sound. A, O, E, O. Okay, so they sound the same. For example, would pronounce a long O. The same. This is the same sound as OU. Oh, interesting. Good to know. Good to know. A. For A, you would pronounce a long A sound. A. When written in Romaji, you'll sometimes see double vowels written like O or E, which represents the sound of the long vowel. Okay. There isn't much more to long vowels. Practice reading them when you come across them. I did not know that. See, I learned. I've also learned vowel markings that nobody even writes down. Like in the word hello. Imagine people writing it like HLL, because that's what it looks like to me. What? You have to learn vowel markings that nobody even writes. Oh, I see. You just have to know that there's vowels there. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Just start pronouncing it. Hello. Hello.
Oh.
Hello. Or just say la 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 la. Hello. Hello. Hello in Hebrew is, which looks like shalom, but it's pronounced shalom. Shalom? Shalom. No, I see it. Shalom. But it's not spelled that way. It's pronounced shalom. 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 I can kind of see it. Shalom. Like if you don't have the vowels there, What would it sound like? Shalom. Shalom. Hello. Hello. Like, I'm trying to think. Hello. Hello. Shalom. Like, there's vowels in there. I don't imagine they're going to be, like, there's not going to be... Okay, was hello a good example there? Because I feel like hello might not have been a good example because that one ends in a vowel. Would they do that if it ends in a vowel? Because shalom, I can see shalom. I know it's spelled how it's spelled shalom, right? But like, it kind of sounds like it even if you don't put the vowels there. Shalom. You know? But hello, if it ends in a vowel, they end it with an, which is X. If it ends in a vowel, they end it with an X, which is also the same. So like, that would always be silent. So you're talking about like for the word, like with a silent E at the end. That's when they would do that, but they wouldn't do that for hello. The vowel marking goes under the letter, so it would look like... I don't know how you're typing these things, but to be fair, I've got an entire fucking... do this. I could do that. I have a Japanese keyboard. Kipu. Ticket. Mate. Wait. Oh, this is what I was talking about before. The double consonants. With the tiny su. Now we'll focus on double consonants, since consonants in Japanese are made up of syllables, such as ka for ka and ki for ki. You won't see two consonants directly next to each other like ck or tt in English. Instead, double consonants are separated by this. You'll look at this and think, why the character for tsu? Look closely at the use of tsu in the text above. Does it look a bit smaller than usual? It does look a bit smaller. See, it's not fully encapsulating. It looks low. It's a lowercase tsu. Right? And this right here. Poo. This is for this right here. I could never write this way. This is like only fucking typed out. Only fucking typed out does it look like this. Only. No. Anyways. Letter in particular. Okay, this right here is FU and BU and PU, and I hate it. I hate writing this character. I hate it so much. The one right here, the kipu, ticket, mate, wait. And this is the example right here, mate. That's the one I kept bringing up as an example. Anyways, the small tsu is used exclusively for representing double consonants. It can be hard to pick out from a regular size tsu at first, but you'll get the hang of it. When you see small tsu, you don't pronounce it as tsu. Instead, you treat it as a very brief pause before pronouncing the consonant. So, kipu, kipu. So instead of kipu, it's kipu. Instead of mate, it's mate. Kipu, mate. Kipu, mate. Kipu, mate. Kipu, mate.
Kipu.
Kipu.
Kipu, mate.
Kipu.
Would you like to listen to the pronunciation again? No! Did you pick up the pause? Yes, I did. This requires a bit of listening practice. For now, just remember that when you see the small tsu, you pause ever so slightly before pronouncing the next consonant. Kipu, kipu, mate. They pronounce double consonants in Japanese. That wraps up this quick pronunciation lesson. You can revise this lesson by speaking to me back in town.
That's actually
Yay.
cool how like it tells you how it sounds.
I like it a lot. This game is cool. It's very helpful. That wraps up this lesson. Great work. As usual, get ready for the quiz. Question 1. What is this character? Tsi. Correct. Well done. What is this character? Da. Correct. Well done. What is this
Da.
character? To. Correct. Well done. Question 4. What is the character for the English sound de? Correct. Well done. What is the character for the English sound chi? Chi. Bi. Correct. Well done. You completed the quiz. Let's take a break from my study for now. Head into town and relax. If you need to stock up on items or equipment, make sure to do so. I do not need to do that because I am already stocked up.
Oh my god, you're so stocked.
Wait, I think so. Let me make sure. I should be poor. Yep, I'm poor. Sweet. I'll check these guys out. Maybe there's some side quests. No, we good? Any more side quests? Any side quests for the doggo? Nope. Steve still can't teach me no tricks. Alright, let's go. Let's figure it out. Okay, hello again. What would you like to do? Continue new lessons. How was your day in town? You must be ready to continue. Explore the world map and travel to our next destination. We want to visit Dorphin Town. Oh yeah. Go visit Dorphin Town. Ooh. Hello? Hello? There's nobody there. Can I just cut across here? I can. I don't need to take these paths. As a better example, a sentence with vowels, hello, how are you, would look like Shalom, shalomka. Shalom, mashlomka. Did I say that right? Shalom, mashlomka. Shalom, mashlomka. Chi appears. Te appears. Ju appears. Zu, not Ju. Ooh. Ooh. Look at that. See? Correction. We want that one for this one. And we want Te. This one. And we want Chi. That one. And then I don't fucking know. This one again, I guess. Okay. Yeah, alright. Bam. Okay. Answer Chi. Answer Te. Drew myself up there, and then Ji. Ji. I really need to work on that. Te. Aw, man. It's okay, he'll be alright. Oh, he's paralyzed. I see. Does he stay? No, he's not paralyzed anymore, I guess. Without vowels, those letters are so tiny. Although to be fair, I haven't written any kanji in there. Hold on. Let me write my name in kanji for you. There's my name. There's Aiko. In kanji. You're welcome. I have an entire first page of me just writing Aiko in kanji.
She has been practicing kanji a lot. It's awe-inspiring. My awes are inspired.
Shut the fuck up. Dato. G.
Pardon me. Am I pardon?
Well, that looks a lot simpler to write. Oh my god, Eric is gonna fucking die. Bruh! He's dead. They killed Eric. Oh my lord. Like you're kidding. I'm sorry. I don't know why I said that. As soon as he gets up, knocks him right back down. Well, not back down, but almost back down. Damn. I'm back. I didn't kill Eric. No, I didn't kill him. It wasn't me. It was G.
Slime remake? Ooh, I might actually play a Zelda game.
Oh, yeah. Sims. We've just made Sims Day.
Sims is about to be like, okay, yeah, fuck you all, I'm gonna go off it.
No. You can leave. You can leave after I've done with my lesson. I have decided on keeping you kidnapped. Kidnapping you. Oh, what the fuck is that? Ew, that's creepy. Let's go see it. Hello? Oh, I love her hair. You look like a protagonist of some sort. Do you know what happened to this town? It was destroyed by Noboru, the evil warlock. As I thought. Noboru. You know him? Indeed. I'm surprised you've also met him. To clarify, I'm surprised you lived to tell of him. Who are you? This appears to be a gate of some sort, but where does it lead? You. Help me open this. Me? Why? Because I know you've seen this type of gate before. We both have. Noboru set up a dozen of these in Japan, correct? Yes, he did. Before he was exiled from the country, Noboru set these gates up, but not even our engineers could open them. What makes you think we can open this one? For one, Noboru's weaker than he has ever been. The seal on this gate is nowhere near as strong as the gates in Japan. I don't understand the appeal of Tomodachi Life, I think. I've looked at it, it looks like people are just creating me's. You know, the me's, the wee me's? It just looks like people creating me's. To me. I don't get it. I don't know. Steel on the skates nowhere near as strong as the gates. In Japan, he lost so much of his power after the battle in Hokkaido Gokuku. It's like The Sims with me's. Oh, that sounds terrible. He lost so much of his power after the battle at Hokkaido Gokuku. But he's still formidable. We have fought him in the country several times. He has summoned Hiragana warriors to do his bidding. So that's what those creatures are roaming around. They avoid me, it seems. I haven't been able to get close to one. I think you should tell us who you are before we give you any help. It's Chaos Incarnate, is it? Yeah. It's probably why I'm not interested in it. Same reason I'm not really super interested in Roblox. My name is not important. Just know that Noboru is my brother. Your brother? No way, Claire. Misaki, we can't trust this woman. I have to agree with Leon. We cannot trust you. Not what after Noboru has done to this town, to this whole country. So be it. Perhaps we'll cross paths again. Farewell. Alright. For the Zelda game? Breath of the Wild was open world, wasn't it? Or were you talking about open world for the Ocarina of Time?
I'm dead.
Okay. I've not played any Zelda game. I know, I'm the worst. I heard they're amazing. And I know you love them, but I've not played any of them. Our house is gonna blow away.
It really is.
I can hear it. Hear it blowing. It's very windy outside. Phew, what was that all about? I don't know, but I have a feeling there's something behind this gate. Claire, will you help me? All right. Here it goes. Whoa. These
RPG
balls of
Maker
light just
games are so
scattered
fucking
everywhere.
fun.
They can be. I know, I'm so lame. I'm the worst. I know. I'm so terrible. I know. Just, I don't even know why you're here. Cause I'm so lame and terrible and the worst. Ugh. Anyways. Those balls of light just scattered everywhere. I don't know, it's just like not been something I did. Like technically speaking, I think I played like a little bit of like one Spyro when I was a kid. And then I was thinking about it, I've seen like so much Spyro around and I'm like, I'm absolutely in Spyro generation. Why haven't I played any Spyro?
I played a little bit of Spyro
I
as
just
a kid.
think that I missed out on all that whenever it came to anything Nintendo growing up. It was literally just like Pokemon. And that was it. That was my hyperfixation, fucking Pokemon. Outside of that, meh. I didn't really play a lot of games either, because I grew up and my mom would tell me that games are for boys.
Yes, that is so common for girls. It's like games are for boys. Yeah, My Little Pony and like Hello Kitty.
That was your
games
favorite
are
growing
for
up? Yeah.
boys.
I wanted to play more, but the thing is like the only reason I got the Spyro game is because I traded a kid Fire Emblem, and then I played a little bit of Spyro because I didn't want to play Fire Emblem. They wanted Fire Emblem. I wanted Spyro. We traded, right? And then I went to go play some of it, and I was having a really good old time. And then my parents found out that I traded Fire Emblem for Spyro and then took my games away.
I played
So, yeah.
Spyro a little bit. I never beat Spyro.
That was my little bit of Spyro playing because like I kept getting in fucking trouble all the time. I got in trouble because I traded a game that I didn't want for a game that I did want. I don't know.
How dare you?
No. Poor me. It's okay. I shall make up for it now by playing whatever the fuck I want. Like this game where I can learn Japanese. This is actually a cute game. I like it. Those balls of light just scattered everywhere. There were a number of them. We should go find where they fell. Onward. That was so anticlimactic. With my adult money, exactly. The thing is I don't necessarily have the desire to go back and play PS1 game. You know what I mean? I just have no idea what the fuck just happened in here. In this game. So. Oh my god, it's a giant crystal. Damn it. Ha! To! G!
Potato. Potato?
Ha! To! G!
Damn, that G's got a D.
To probably. So yeah, there's a lot of games that maybe I could play. I'm like, oh my god, you haven't played Ocarina of Time? No. God damn it, Eric died again! Eric, get your shit together!
It's because he's got blue hair and I hate him.
It's true. And then Misaki's paralyzed.
Paralyzed by what? Damn.
Terrified. Petrified. Leon. Eric, you lose. Eric, you useless love. You're holding us all back, Eric. Exactly. Oh no. Oh my god. Okay, I think Misaki can fight now. I will say this, playing Zelda isn't game required. If you have played a Zelda game, one of them has to be, yeah. I haven't played any of them. And that's another thing too, it's like, I'm as an adult, like, the thing is, it's like, I feel like a lot of it's nostalgia that's pulling you out. So like, you guys have the nostalgia of playing a lot of, let me get out of this menu because it's very loud. You guys have the nostalgia of, oh, I loved all these Zelda games and I have all this love for this Zelda lore.
Yeah.
You know, and so when Breath of the Wild came out, which is like a newer one, and then what was the one after that? The Breath of the Wild, and then probably Breath of the Wild 2, and now you're looking at a remake of Ocarina of Time. Those are fantastic to you guys, but like, I don't have that thing that's pulling me there. Tears of the Kingdom, that's the one. I don't have that same nostalgia pulling me there. Now, if they were to, like, the thing is I say that, but like, I don't really have a desire to play any of the Tomb Raider games either, even though that would be my nostalgia. My nostalgia would be Tomb Raider. My nostalgia would be Crash Bandicoot. You know,
Never played it.
but the thing is those are heavily platformers, and I suck at those. I've always sucked at games, you see. I'm very bad at games. What's the other one I played? Final Fantasy VII, and I don't really have a desire to play Final Fantasy games either. Except for Final Fantasy XIV, which is fabulous. I don't think the games I like now are anything like the games I liked when I was a kid, except for Pokemon. But even then, Pokemon survives for me solely on nostalgia factor. Because I don't like turn-based combat. I know, it doesn't look like I would, it looks like by the fact that I love this game right here, that I would like turn-based combat. This isn't about the combat for this game. This is about the learning, and I'm enjoying the learning process. Ocarina of Time for the 3DS and the Twilight Princess for the Wii. Do you know what nostalgia I have for the Wii? Wii Fit. Wii Fit. That's my Wii game. Because, like, I don't know. Wii Fit. I don't want to talk about it. It's... What is this? I'm free, thank goodness. If you can find the other crystals, you'll be able to set more people free. Do your best, the future of this town depends on you. I've saved a villager, nice. Yeah.
I have,
Yeah, I know.
I remember the Wii Fit. Wii Fit
I'm
was
sure that the Wii Fit had nothing to do with my fucking...
Japanese population is like really skinny already.
No, I was talking about my self image issues. I got a few of those. Thanks, man. I'm trying to heal him. I love you too. Oh, I have items that I'm not using. I can just revive him. Wake the fuck up, Eric. There we go. Alright, we should be right now. Ta To Chi. No, Ta To Ji. Let's see if they can survive this time. I swear to God, Eric, if you die, I'm just gonna leave you dead. We're gonna carry your corpse around. I don't care. Okay. Ta. B. 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 I think that Claire will be able to take care of the top. Yeah, okay. There we go. And look, Eric lived that time. Good job, Eric. Alright, let's see if we can find the crystal. Ooh, there's another crystal over here. I'm saved. It's been such a long time. I implore you, please save the others. Take 2 out of 5. I'm so kind. Such a benevolent rescuer, I think. Ho. Oh, we got 4 enemies now. Ho da ta de. Okay. Everyone gets to focus on their own enemy. No, 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 no. This is Toe. 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 Da.
Is it next time? Have I done it?
I did. Toe da ta.
Meds reminder for all the people who require meds at this time.
De. Yeah. Good. Good. Fuck.
Okay. I can see why this didn't sell well.
Is it nasty?
No, it's not. It's not terrible. It's just that there's a lot of better options.
I see.
When I went and drank the Soul Girl. Also, I noticed something else in there that looked good.
Onigiri.
There is that.
What?
There is. And.
Coke Zero.
I want cans of Coke Zero.
There's a couple.
I want one. I don't want a couple. I just want one. De. We got 4 here. No. Stay here. No, you're good. I was just referring to later.
Oh yeah, later.
No, babe, you ain't gotta go back downstairs. You're fine.
So after stream finishes.
Yeah, I'm. This is my last round bit stuff.
Huh?
Well, I say round bit. I don't know. Like this last section before I go into the next lesson.
Oh, cool. Yeah, when we eventually finish stream,
Think it's gonna be.
have some onigiri, Coke Zero, watch some One Piece before bed, or
That sounds nice. I do need to like settle down before bed because I'm not just gonna be able to like jump into bed and be like, cool, that was super invigorating and I learned so much.
honestly, there is actually
Litlio's in the chat, guys. Go get it.
oh my god, it's a Litlio.
Fuck! It's still on my Japanese keyboard. That makes no sense.
I wonder if it would work. It didn't say.
It didn't. It didn't work. You saved me. Thank you. I've been in prison for Christopher weeks. So terrible, cold. Please save the other villagers. I beg of you.
Yeah.
I'm giving them weird voices now.
I was gonna say something and then my brain shut off.
Go ahead. I want to see it written out in Hebrew. Go ahead, Sims. Type pokey catch in Hebrew. Tato G again. God damn it. Alright. Good job. Oh, gee. You discovered Bulldog Ramen in my life hasn't been the same. Oh. Hold on. I will specifically mention that the Bulldog 2x spicy ramen is the one that tastes like poison. Okay? I refuse. I will not have the Bulldog spicy ramen because it is the worst thing I've ever had. Literally. It literally tastes like poison to me.
So I can have it? I'm gonna be like Manny. There's so many languages that like I know it seems to type in Hebrew, but like at a glance it sort of could look Cyrillic or even
Yeah.
Greek.
I'll show you. I'll show you which one I tried so you can understand. Hold on. This is the one I tried. Okay? I'm not a pussy. This is the one that I tried. This is terrible. This tastes like poison. Literally. The cream carbonara, best beloved. Kind Jamaican skull carbonara. Okay. Good to know. I'll keep that in mind though. Bless more. So just bless more. That sounds so fancy, but it's fucking not. Not the two. It was the 2x. Mm-hmm. Did it? You released us from that terrible prison. I owe you my life. If you could save the others, I would be forever grateful. Right. Well, I mean, there's just one more. I'd be kind of scared to try that, seeing the fact that stuff's already super spicy. Yeah. Okay, let's put it this way. So, the first time that I had it, or the only time that I've had it, I was living with a roommate who had just come back from Japan, and both of the roommates that I was staying with, like, prided themselves on how much spice they could handle, and they were like, oh yeah, give me so much spicy, or I go to these Japanese places and I'm like, give me more spicy, I need all the spice, blah 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 blah, I can handle it. And they'd like sit there and talk about how much spice they fucking loved all the goddamn time. So naturally I thought the shit tasted like poison, so I gave it to him instead. He still hadn't finished it by the time I moved out. Chi te zu. Chi te zu. I like spicy as well, but I also like my food that tastes good. Exactly. See, I like spicy food. It's just
I love spicy food.
It-
There is a
I didn't. I don't know, man. I don't know what it was that made me think, 2x spicy chicken ramen. Yeah, it sounds delicious. I think at that point I was just trying to order whatever fucking noodles were on Amazon at the time, and that one was one of them.
Yeah,
Nah, fam. I'm a lot more picky now. Now there are some people are like, oh, what, you don't like spicy foods? I'm like, no, I like spicy food, but I also like my taste buds. You know, like I've learned there are limits. It taught me a very important lesson. Oh, Lord, Lord. That is there is such thing as too spicy.
there is such a thing as too spicy.
Is the other crystal. If I was a crystal in a random town in the desert. Oh, there it is. Fuck. So close. Tato G again. Tato and G are after me. Why not? We'll do G. Okay.
I'm a fan of like at Nando's I'll go for extra hot, but that's because I'm used to that style.
Ooh, speaking of, I have not been able to handle spicy lately because of the Wagovi.
Yes, yeah, Wagobi has basically Aiko can't have any spice.
I can't have spicy stuff now. Because, like, Wagovi makes it to where whatever it is that you eat, it takes forever to leave your stomach. And I already have heartburn issues. That causes both heartburn issues and other issues. And, no, I cannot do spicy on Wagobi. Oh, fuck. Item. Use that on your friend Leon. Ah. So. I don't know, I was like, Eric, you know what you should do? You should heal Leon instead of Leon healing and his damn self. Oh gosh, I'm alive. I can't believe it. What on earth took you so long? Ugh, never mind. Gotta save the other villagers. I already did. The flash came from the gate. Let's head over to it. Okay. Hold on. You have this new ability called Heal More, or Bless More, or whatever. Let's see if it works.
If anyone's familiar with
Nice.
Indian stuff, I like vindaloo, but like it's definitely a take your time while eating kind of food.
Just jamming. De da chi. De da chi. De da chi. De da chi. Da. Well, welcome in, welcome in. Haven't seen you in a bit. I was actually thinking about you earlier. Very specifically, in that I was telling somebody that as long as I know how to pronounce, as long as you tell me how to pronounce your name, I will remember how to pronounce your name. And then I said, well, except for one person. Because it seems like every single time that they tell me how to pronounce their name, I always forget. And it was you. That's who I was thinking of. I was like, so that is wild. That is so weird that I was just thinking. I did. Well, I did. It's pronouncing it because I want to say Shizina, but I think that you've told me 6 times now it's not Shizina.
Oh no.
Look, I'm sorry, okay? I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best in this cruel world, Shazina. Shazina.
Mm.
Shazina. It's so easy, and for some reason I keep fucking it up. See? She'll tell me 17,000 times. And she'll come in here next time and be like, how you doing, Shazina? I'm gonna punch you in the fucking nose. Seriously, she's gonna hit me one of these days, and I'm gonna deserve it. I'm gonna fucking deserve it.
Unlike those other times he hit you.
Yeah, those other times I didn't deserve it. I will deserve it. Look, seriously. You never said that. No, you didn't. You didn't say that.
He didn't
But
say
you
it.
could. You could though.
Found it.
You could. I'm just saying, you could. How have you been that long? I got married. I moved continents. I moved hemispheres. I
Got kidnapped by a cute Australian boy.
Huh?
You got kidnapped by a cute Australian boy.
I got kidnapped by a cute Australian boy.
See, I didn't say it, she did. Yeah. We got married.
Fuck it. You want to be kidnapped by a cute boy? Keep mine in the trash can.
Oh my god, I'm upside down, yes! I mean, no, everything's clear now.
Anyways, and we have a debut coming up on our 1-year anniversary, August 1st. Yep. We'll have been married for a whole year, and we're debuting our new models that we had commissioned from some wonderful artists who we adore. They're fantastic. We were very, very, very picky, and they are insanely talented. Like,
You only had to like ask for a couple of corrections.
yeah, I only had to offer a couple corrections, and they're absolutely phenomenal artists. Phenomenal, and they work so fast. Like, crazy fast. And the thing is I'm super picky because, like, I've made my own stuff. Not including this one. Don't look at this one. This one's hideous. Okay? This one's
I
hideous
think
by
it's
comparison, but I've put a lot of work into models in the past. You guys have seen the work that I've put into models in the past, and you've seen how hard I've worked, and you see how detailed I go, and you see the kind of life I want to bring into. Not this one! This one's basically paper mache, okay? Don't look at this one. This one's weird. This one's weird. She has her own fucking character. She's strange. Okay, but if you want to look at my other one, it's like I want kind of realistic but nice, flowy, you know, whatever. Cannot wait. I just keep getting so excited. The more I talk about it, I get more excited. What am I doing here? Save. Save, yeah. But we are getting ready to end soon. As soon as I remember what the fuck I was doing. Do we want to leave and then come back? Yeah, let's do that. Let's leave and then come back. Oh my god. Chi, Te, Ji.
No!
Chi, Te, no. Ti, Te, Ju. Ju. Chi. Te. Ju. Te. Let's go with Te. Porygon appears. Oh my god, I already caught one earlier. I caught one of those earlier. I'm gonna do it again.
Okay, Porygon 2.
Thank you for hanging out during the ad break. Really appreciate it. her chi to he to I'm going up here, and then we buy all the cool things after healing. Healing? Yes, healing. Excuse me, lady. Yeah, just heal, please. Say goodbye. Okay, so
Yeah, we both got it.
nice. It's my second one of the day.
Nice.
Bye. Okay.
Professional Porygon 2 catcher.
Okay, I bought boxing gloves. Okay, I want to see how far I can take this. Whip, whip, and iron knuckles, boxing gloves. Okay, which means we can now sell iron gloves. Iron knuckles. Then buy. Cannot buy any more of those things. Could buy a wide brim hat. But no, I think we'll save for the rest of the stuff. Okay. So we are currently might be in the last whoops. Might be in the last bit of what we're working on.
I genuinely wonder how long this game is because it's been going on for.
Well, like the thing is I haven't made it all the way through Hiragana yet.
Yeah. And then there's probably going to be some like big boss fights or something towards the end.
Yeah, I haven't fought Noboru yet. And then I just met his sister.
Oh.
De
Probably in the early game.
Deda Chi.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't gotten to the Nas yet. I haven't gotten to the Mas. I haven't gotten to the Has, the P's, the B's. I haven't gotten to the Yos, the U's, the Yas. Oh, anyways, sorry. De. Da. Chi. Da. 204. Okay. Leon, you can take a break. You'll be alright. Ta? No, not ta. Da. My bad. I will remember you. Stop. Why do you do that to me? You're in my head now. I can't just have a normal thought anymore. I have to sit there. I'm like, oh, I'll remember, and then it's like, I will remember you because my freaking husband being so weird to me. I love him so much. Damn, he's weird. Haha, I see you managed to get the gate open. I knew if I came back you wouldn't disappoint me. You have my thanks for rounding up the villagers again. Now. Ah, that's better. The villagers are back in their crystal cages where they belong. How rude! No, what are you doing? Be quiet. This town was doomed since the moment Noboru arrived. I'm just helping him conquer this country. Now, the gate's purpose is revealed. Look at her. Alright. This is mini boss fight. Te appears. Te do. Te do. Chi da. The gate is a portal to an unending swarm of Hiragana warriors. Thanks to you helping to open the gate, more Hiragana warriors will continue to spill into the country. Question mark, question mark, question mark has led the battle. Grr, everyone fight. Alright. Well, Claire's gonna fuck up fucking anything in her path. But Chi. Da. Do.
My son out here eating
Okay.
cake for lunch. Free milk.
Nice. It's a specific kind of cake.
Specific kind of cake, but that
It's
is
really
what the.
That is technically what it translates to, yes.
Yes.
Stop hitting them, geez, you're rude.
I literally have to charge my old phone. So I can actually connect my authenticator to my new phone.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Damn.
So then I can log into my Nvidia account.
Oh,
To
wow.
set up like the broadcasting properly.
Okay. Very yummy cake. But I've never had it before, but I've heard it's yummy. However, I will say, do you know, I went so fucking long wanting to try flan, and I tried flan and I hated it. Are they similar in taste? Because if they're similar in taste, I wouldn't like it. Huh, it's no good. There's so many of them. They just keep coming. Hear us. Though we are cursed to be trapped in these crystals, we are thankful for your attempt to save us. We know what we must do, and we shall seal ourselves inside the gate and prevent any more evil spilling out into the world. Let this town be the last to fall against the evil warlock's might. Track him down and put an end to his conquest. Aww. That's so sad. They're not flan as a custard. I don't know. It's just really gross to me. But the best flan is Puerto Rican flan. I couldn't tell you which one I had. I don't know if it was Puerto Rican flan, Mexican flan, Portuguese flan,
That was Australian.
Australian flan. I don't know. It's over. The villagers sacrificed themselves to seal the gate. I like she's just ... but she's sitting there with a smile on her face. We have to put a stop to Noboru. I won't let this country be overrun by destruction. We should head back for today. And this is where... More likely not Puerto Rican. Yeah. If it's not absolutely fabulous, you know it's not Puerto Rican. That's my everything. Oh yeah, we're here. We're fine. Alright. And this is where we're gonna end off. And you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna play this again tomorrow. Because this has been fucking fun. I've had a good time. I hope you guys have had a good time, because I've had a fucking great time. I've been enjoying chatting with you guys. We're talking about languages. We're talking about food. We're talking about how I pronounce shit. I'm gonna take some pictures of my my writing that I've been doing this entire time. It's just the front and back page. So it's like where I wrote them down 10 times. There might be some bleed into it, like, because I wrote it front and back. I'm so glad you could show up, Wander. It means a lot. Yeah, I know. I'm so happy too. Oh God, I love seeing you and just hanging out with you. It's always so great.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
I do want to raid out though. I don't get to raid out very often. because I don't often have enough people where I consider. I haven't been able to do it lately, but we can today. Let's see who's streaming right now. Let's see if anybody else is learning Japanese, maybe. Learn Japanese. Let's learn Japanese Hiragana. Somebody else is playing a similar style game, I think. What? Okay, I don't know what this is. I don't know what that is. I lied. I don't know what that is. Pardon me. That's not the same thing. I don't know what that was. There's it says learn Japanese RPG Hiragana Forbidden Speech. Ew. That's not, there's nobody playing under that category, but that's something to note for games later. You know what? We're gonna raid Nochi. Because we haven't seen Nochi in a while, and might as fucking well. He's playing a Subnautica 2. And he's got some friends in there, so we're gonna raid him. Okay.
Let's go.
5! You rude.
Hello, 5.
But it's nice to see you. It's nice to see you. So here's the raid message for those who are not subbed. Here's the raid message for those who are subbed. That's not correct. I spelled it backwards. There's so much for sub. And we are going to raid Noji because Noji is an absolute sweetheart. And he's playing some Subnautica. So we can go hang out with him. Well, I'm going to send you guys to hang out with him. I'm not going to. I mean, I'll hang out for a little bit. But then I got to go watch some One Piece, you know. Obligations. Sorry. Bye, guys. Love you guys so much. I'll see you guys tomorrow or later today for me, I guess. So, bye. Mwah.